Assemble, everybody. Welcome to the Thursday stream. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Assembles in chat or scatters. I was confused because someone said muted. That put me off. No, I think I'm telling you right now, I don't think I think you have the volume off. We are not muted, Chris. We are not muted. But I guess me saying that won't help. But someone just said it in chat, so yes. But it is good to know that I did not get baited. They actually just thought I was muted, so that's okay. All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? I hope everyone is doing good. I am doing good, Nilmi. Thank you for asking. How are you? I am looking forward to today because today we're doing a little bit of both worlds. We're doing some Master Duel. We're finishing the event from yesterday because I thought that was really fun. Gonna play some different decks today. No longer Chimera. We're just gonna try and do some other stuff. And once that's done, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I don't think it's super long because I think is it done after 3 rounds? Like technically, right? If you get the field parts, is that the majority of the event out of the way, like all the gems and stuff? I assume. At least that was my goal for today. Maybe there is more after, but I want. You need 8 rounds for the title. Jesus. Okay, we're not doing all that today. We're doing like, I mean, we're gonna see how long it takes, but I do want to spend a decent amount of time on TCG today as well. Speaking of TCG, people have been asking for TCG content for the last couple of days. We're gonna do some today, mostly discussion based. And for next week, I'm gonna try to actually get some gameplay in here as well. I'm gonna organize some remote duels on some days over the course of the next week so we can play the new format and so on and so forth. That is also going to happen at some point. I don't know if I'm just gonna be doing viewer games yet or if I'm just gonna invite some other people that I know, like some maybe get some good players in here and get some matches in with the new stuff. But that's going to be something we're also going to be doing. So just so you guys know, I'm not leaving the TCG behind. We're going to do some nationals testing next week as well, and we're going to do some TCG talk today as well. All right, let's do the warm up, and then we'll hop into the dice rally. Some viewers or good players. That's not what I said. That is Lyrilusk. Feral Canary? No, oh no, it's Warbler. Yeah, you're right. That's either Wavering Eyes or Nightmare. No, it's Yamata Dragon, actually. Yeah. Looking Blue Eyes, but which one would it be? Is it a Blue Eyes? Tyrant Wing. Tyrant Wing? Tyrant. It's not Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. Critias? I'm skipping, dude. I should have skipped it from the get-go. Tyrant Burst Dragon. B! What does that mean? Thank you for the 11 month, though. Okay, it's an Ancient Warrior. It is once again not double Dragon Lords, which is a problem. Liu. Okay. That is Draco Equist. And that is Acid Golem. Feels like Tierlements. That is Merly, I believe. Yeah. That is an Xyz monster. I think it's a Utopia as well. Like, is it Utopia Victory? Utopia Ray Victory? Ah. Another Ancient Warrior. Ancient Warriors. Guan. Guan Yun. Okay. What's going on here? Is that Paslomino? Yeah. Materiactor, I want to say. Materiactor Gigaboros? Yeah. Paradise, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Good morning. Ooh, I've seen this one as well. There's a lot of cards today that I know, but I need like 3 or 4 zooms for them. Because they're not super obvious. As a result, we still don't have that many points. That's Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. Okay, this one I have no idea. No. High speed re-level. Okay, this is old. That is chain energy. Yeah. That feels familiar. Cyber Dragon. Which number? It is one of the number Cyber Dragons. Why? Wait. Oh, I've seen this thing. Winds of Mischief. Speedrun. Okay. Oh. Yeah. That is Wyvern. Red Eyes Wyvern. Tynet. Is it backdoor? Yeah. Isn't Signet backdoor the one they hyped for Malice and then no one ended up playing it? Origin. Ooh, that's Update Jammer. Lekunga. Rose Girl. I think there's a Rose Maiden as well. Okay, luckily it's a Rose Girl. Summon limit. Could be. Yeah. Something ogre number, no. Ogre 2? Cyber Ogre 2, right? Yeah. Okay, what is this? Baba Barber. That is Lumina, but I think original, not Twilight Sworn. You know. Oh god, that's a raid. I'm skipping the raid raptor. No, there's no shot. It's like a something vulture or whatever. Wild vulture, yeah. Flower Cardian. Flower Cardian, the one with giant Trunate on it. Willow. Willow. That's a Dragonute. Lancer Dragonute. Yeah. Who is that? Aroma. Is that Rosemary? The blue ones are Rosemary, right? There's like multiple though. Aromage? No. Therapy? Okay. Oh, this is Necro Valley Throne? Necro Valley Hidden Temples? Oh, come on. Temple? Okay, dude, that was the last one that was possible. Because I knew it was Necro Valley. I've seen this. This is Bloom Diva. Yeah. Platinum Gadget. No. Oh, Mirror Mail? Yeah. Princess? No. The other one. Unfortunate. Galaxy Lizard. Is that a thing? Galaxy. Is it just Galaxy Dragon then? No. Armed Protector. Ah, okay. Yeah. I feel like I should know this card. Yeah. This is the searcher for it for crystal cards. It's like Rainbow Bridge, but like not just OG Rainbow Bridge. No? Huh. Oh, it's the field spell. Wait, what? Ruins? Interesting. Oh, I thought it was Colosseum. Okay. That card looks cool, but I don't know what it is. I wish that was a good card. It looks so dope. Gimmick Puppet. Is that Terror Baby? No, it's not Terror Baby. Is it Terror Baby? You guys are saying Terror Baby. It is Terror Baby. Okay. Banner. Psi frame. Delta epsilon? Oh, that is epsilon. Is it epsilon? I think so. Yeah. Herald. Oracle of the Herald? This thing, I have no idea. Looks like a Cybers, though. Duel Worm. Morphtronic Force Field, I think. Yeah. Blazing Inpachi. It feels familiar. Divine Evolution. Oh. That is Dinomorphia Frenzy. No? Then I don't know what it is. Sleeping Giant. Battle of Sleeping Giants. No. Final Fusion. Oh, Naturia Beast. Oh, I didn't need to zoom. Oh, I knew that one. I always zoom out of habit, but that one I saw right away. This is Red Dragon Archfiend stuff, I think, but I have... No, actually, it's Volcasaurus. Yeah. Similar aesthetic. Okay, this is an Evol. I have a hard time identifying Evols. That is... Elias? Apparently? Okay. That is Nefarious Marmot. No? This one? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Which one was it? Was that not Nefarious thingy? It was Drollbird. Okay, well. Washed. It's not washed. 905 is not washed. That was good. That was a good round. Okay, don't say Giga washed. Calm down. Calm down. It was definitely not Giga washed. It was pretty solid. It was pretty solid. Okay, we are looking for a dark with high stats all around, high level, higher attack and defense, and higher year. Why don't we try a Gizmek Orochi? Okay, and it is more attack than Gizmek, less defense than Gizmek. 5, 6, 7. Not a machine, and it is not just an effect monster. So, Pendulum or not an Exceed, not a Link because it has defense points. So Pendulum looking likely, I would say. Astrograph? What is the defense on Astrograph? It could be Astrograph. But it is not a Pendulum. Okay, then Ritual, maybe. Is there a level 7 Ritual? Oh, that they would be Spellcaster, right? I was thinking of like Dark Magician Ritual stuff. So it's a level 7 monster, Dark, 2500 attack, 2000 defense from 2017. It could be a Synchro. What is the... what is the cyber synchro called? The cyber's quantum? Oh, that's 2019, but that would have fit otherwise. Odd Eyes. It could be an Odd Eyes, right? Because it has those stats. 2017. That's an Xyz. Odd Eyes Phantom Dragon. Oh, I went for 2 pendulums back to back. I'm stupid. Odd Eyes. What's the ritual called? Don't they have a ritual? Doesn't Odd Eyes have a level 7 ritual? Oh, but now we know it's not a dragon. Odd Eyes Gravity is also an Earth. Okay. I feel like it might be a ritual monster. But I don't know. Masked Hero? Is there a Masked Hero? Level 7? But they would all be warriors, and it's not a warrior. Prediction Princess? Are those darks? The ritual monsters? Not really. Cyber's Quantum Dragon is 2019. I feel like... let me just put Cyber's in here. Cyber's Magician is from 2018, unfortunately. D-Save Worm doesn't fit. Cyber's Clock Dragon is from 2018 as well. Okay, it's not a Cyber's. The Predaplant. Wait, what's up with the sub sound? Did you guys hear that? Was that weird for anyone else? Why did that happen? What the hell? But the ones before that were normal, right? I didn't notice that on the earlier ones. Anyways, Kwakyu Tsang, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate you. But we're gonna have to see if that remains a problem or not. Someone subbed the test Kappa. No, it's fine. We'll get it eventually. Okay. No, it was definitely still there, OER, but I appreciate you testing. Why can't I? Okay, I don't know how I can, like, fix that, is the problem. Properties. Well, I clicked refresh on the source. We'll see if it did anything. It is not double outputting. No, it was also normal the entire time. I didn't change anything about it, but worst case, I'll just disable the sub sound for today and then fix it for the next stream. Okay, so today we are doing 2 major things. As I've already said before the warm-up, but for all the people that have just joined, we're going to be doing, we're going to be finishing, not the entire event in Master Duel, but like at least to the point where I want to be, and also depending on how long it takes, because after that, I also want to do some TCG today again. We're going to do some TCG discussion, format talk, like how to approach beating Mitsurugi and Malice, as well as we're going to do a non-engine tier list later as well. So all kinds of good stuff for the TCG today as well. For next week, because people have been asking for that. Oh, it's fixed. I fixed it. Technician. I clicked refresh on the thingy, but it's fixed now. Good. Thank you for the 22 months, Flunch. Yes, Unchained can play Dominus Impulse because they're all Dark Fire and Water. What a nice coincidence. Yes. People have been asking for more TCG, and I will offer more TCG in the next couple of days. For next week, we're also going to get some TCG gameplay in here. I said it before the warm-up. I'll repeat it. We're going to do some remote duels next week. I'm probably going to invite some other players onto the stream so we can do some nationals testing as well in for Malice Mitsurugi format and so on and so forth. That's going to be at least one day next week. I'm going to set it up nicely. Who the hell is asking for more TCG? I mean, people are. There's this group of people that really like Master Duel, then there's this group of people that really like TCG, and then there's this group of people that like both. And I am in the middle. I'm in the middle. I like both. I play both actively, and I do kind of want that to be reflected in my content and streams in some way, shape, or form, of course, because I want to stay in contact with the TCG. I know that like it is, or at least the way I feel like is it's more difficult to make content for the TCG. It's like more effort, and I don't always have the time or the mental capacity to prepare stuff for the TCG, whereas like Master Duel is like the one where you can just jump in and play, and that's just cool, right? TCG is always like, yeah, you gotta prepare like whatever. But I do want to put in some effort for next week for some TCG content as well. But I mean, Master Duel, I feel like people that play Master Duel can never be disappointed because Master Duel is never like short on this stream. Like we're never short Master Duel content, right? We always do enough. We're always up to date. We always play most of the new decks and so on and so forth. And yeah, and we always check out like everything, right? So that is that. Today we're gonna be starting with the Master Duel site, and we're gonna be transitioning to some TCG later on. Hello, Master Duel. Okay. We have done 2 full rounds of the Dice Rally event yesterday. We are currently in round 3, and we will get the field parts at the end of round 3. And apparently, what chat has told me is that you need to do 4 rounds to basically get all the gems from the event, and you need to do 8 full rounds to get the title. Now, what is the title is what I need to know right now. Can I see reward list? Yes. Okay, so this is the gems are done by 50, which apparently we're like halfway there with all the gems. And then the round rewards, yes, after round 4 you get 100 gems, then you get legacy pack tickets, and then you get all or nothing. All or nothing. Why is it crunchy again? Dude, why does it sound so... Okay, I'll refresh it again. No! Seba Viking, thank you for the 14 months. And Bowser, thank you for the 12 as well. All right, I guess I have refreshed it again. We'll see if it holds. There's potentially the later event missions later. Yeah, they usually add more missions, right? To oh, mano. Dude, why does it sound so stupid? Refresh. Man. Okay. Anyways, we're not going to be doing 8 rounds today of the dice rally, of course. We're going to be definitely finishing round 3, and then I'm just going to see how long that takes us. Man, I'm trying to fix it, but the thing is... Oh! You said crunchy in your sub message, but it wasn't crunchy because I clicked refresh right before you did it. You fool! Anyways, back with coffee. Thank you for the 7 months. Brazo19, thank you for the 8. And Rathilal, thank you for the 10 as well. I appreciate you guys. Yes. Long story short, I want to edit the deck because I do not want to play Chimera the entire day. Today, I want to play some Primite Fiendsmith, which is very nerfed in the event because... Oh, Larry needs to stay. Because there's only one Primite Dragon Ether Barrel. But it is what it is. Paleo gaming is unfortunately not possible. Because they banned transaction rollback in the event, which is crazy behavior. That's terrible. Yeah, but it's not that bad. It's gonna be fine. Like this. Bro, what non-engine do we even play? Is there a good non-engine? Asking for a friend. Do we have Bestials? We do have Bestials, right? Can we play a Bestial package as well? I mean, there's one Lubellion, but we can play a Bestial package. Like that. If we get a Dark Monster from the event, the Baldrake is really good. Isn't the Nibiru good? I'll throw in the Nibiru. We can play Muskets, I guess. Max. Take out Lacrima then. Play 2 Lacrimas. And play some Musket normal summons. Which ones are the good ones? It was Caspar? Or Starfire? And like, what was the second best one? I played Caspar. But you can also play Calamity is the one that revives one. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do 4 Muskets. 4 Muskets, 1 Lacrima, 1 Primite. Yeah. Yeah. And then... I did forget Lurie, true. And we might play Fiendsmith Sanct in this with all the muskets. Play 1 Sanct. Sanct is terrible if we have a card on the field though, so we might have to... Primite Roar is also... I'm now noticing some problems. I'm noticing some problems. Because, because... if we have a monster on the board because we are on a space that does it, then we can't use Sanct or Roar. But those are problems we will worry about when we get there. But I guess we'll make it 1 Roar then. And then we'll play Cyframes are also terrible. We'll play Beast of Talvar. And then we will play... maybe we play Droplet to get the thingy off the board if they give us something. That sounds okay. And then we'll do M7, Zeus, Typhon, Chaos Angel. No Chaos Angel. Rude. Necroquip. There's no SP Little Knight. There's probably no Apple, right? Yeah, they banned Apple. Oh yeah, it's a synchro, of course. Play the Lancer. Alright, broken. Broken stuff. You have 3 Royal Fiendsmith links before Fountain. Yeah, do you know what the difference is between the Fiendsmith links and Fountain? They're all super rares. It's not that hard to get those. Wait, half life points? Okay. Bro, I opened the one of either barrel. I am considering letting them do some Fiendsmith stuff. Because I have a Bestial in hand. And I want to make sure my Bestial gets value. I might just Ash the Requiem though. I'm not sure. But at that point, it depends what deck they're playing. Jesse lost to 2 Gravediggers with half life points. I mean, don't get me wrong. If we get half life points ourselves, I'm still going to queue the Vanquish Soul Burn deck. Because I thought that was hilarious. Snake Eyes. Oh, man. See, that's what I meant when I said maybe I'm going to Bestial the... Maybe I should Bestial the Fiendsmith part and hold Ash for whatever else they're doing. So why is all of this here? Why is this all legal again? The Bellstar is banned? Oh, great. I'm so happy they opened the original Sinful Spoils then. Because apparently that was like their only way to get to their one of Snake Eye Ash. So, but what does it end on? Without Apo, without IP into SP. Is IP even legal? I guess you can IP into Unicorn. Is Promethean Princess allowed? Yes. Princess is at 1. That is the most masterful thing to do. 99.99% of people are playing 1 Promethean Princess. Let me put it to 1. I got Dystopia the Despondent on my board. I have no idea what any of that means. That card I don't know. Is it good? What's the craziest that's happened to you in this event? Like the craziest opening card that you got? Norella? You can get Norellas? Dude, I want to get Norellas. That's so funny. Dude, why does it always come back? Oh, now you got me tempted. I'm tempted to Bestial the Link Karibo now. But it's probably better to just Bestial the IP Masquerena. Yeah. I got some hero fusion that just pops a card every turn. Do you mean DPE? Still gonna get Poplar from Temple here, but I don't know if that matters much. All right. Nice. Effect Veiler. That's exactly what I needed. Off the top here. Yes. Oh, I guess they can Poplar, place Sunlight Wolf, and then summon it here. Which is neat. Or not. Oh, they have 2,000 life points. I just now realized. I mean, this max is gonna slap if it resolves. Cool. Georges, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Oh no, it's fixed. Oh, don't worry, it's gonna come back. It's always coming back today for some reason. But this is showcasing the value of the Musketeer cards in this deck. Going second, the max is basically a free middle step that you can go, like normal summon Musket, make max, activate effect. It threatens to summon 2 monsters from the deck, so it gets the Ash Blossom out of your opponent so that your Requiem can resolve. It is quite neat. How will I go about this? Well, we're going to use Engraver. Shuffling back max. Also, it just puts more Light Fiends into your grave. Which is good. If I go battle phase and I go Lacrima, Force, Linkaribo, Drew Swarm, crash into Flamber, send this. I do 1800 damage. Problem is the Promethean Princess in the graveyard right now. That's the one that's messing me up. That's the one that's messing me up. If I drill beam the Flamberge, they might just run out of follow-up here. Maybe. Lacrima burn. How am I gonna get Lacrima, guys? I can't get Lacrima. I don't have Tracked in the graveyard, and if I make Sequence, they pop it with Promethean Princess. Unless... Actually, hold up. I can make Sequence in main phase 2 because they don't have a fire anymore. Yeah. Oh, they use that. Then they just die. Unless this is a way to negate Drill Beam. Nope. Okay. Okay, sweet. Maybe Snake Eye without the broken endboard pieces isn't as much of a problem. Really makes you think. Really makes you think. 50 gems? Oh, what are the odds of that? What does that mean? The rarity of card spaces will rise. Oh, okay. Okay, we only got juicy card spaces left now. But it does mean we're playing without a special effect once again. But we're gonna be getting supers and ultras for the rest of the round. Dude, I want to get Norellas. I want to get Norellas, man. I rolled Norellas and then it went away because I had 2 dice. That's unlucky. I would hate if that happened to me. Magic Planter. Oh, is it Blue Eyes? Dude, you're not going to Magic Planter away your True Light, are you? There's no shot. Dude, Magic Planter is a card you can build around. You can make something funny happen. Tierlament. 60 card Tier. Oh, you're gonna Magic Planter Soliek? Funny. My Bestial Fiendsmith deck has not drawn a Bestial against Tierlaments. It is actually tragic. Bro. Weakest 60 card hand. Doesn't Magic Planter send for cost? Oh yeah, no, yeah, it probably does, yeah. It's been a while since I've played with Magic Planter. I'm so happy I ashed Rhinoheart and then found out it was branded Tierlaments, but apparently they couldn't fusion summon. All right. A 1! Half-life points! Okay, hold up. I need to go ahead. We're gonna queue the burn deck again, because that was peak yesterday. I need to copy this, so I don't lose it. Yeah. And then... I think half-life points is my favorite square. I think that's my favorite. Where is it? Here. Vanquish Soul, FTK. Let's go. I still have not met someone who was also on the half-life points space. I want that to happen. I really want that to happen. Come on. Oh, it's an extra card in hand. Okay. Well, it's 4,000 life points, but we definitely have it. we just win, right? It's just over. Mold Charmy Fuvalos. Sure, bro. We need to find an earth monster. So we're going to use Jiaolong to do that. So we're going to be using this for fire. That allows us to special the Jiaolong. Then we're going to use Borgar to add back Raisin. Special Borgar. Now we can use this for 2 fires. They allow that. And so we add Valius. I'm afraid they might have like a imperm for my Borgar. But I don't know if I can. I mean, I can bounce it with Valius if they imperm it now. But then I have to get another earth in hand. Okay. Earth. Fire. Burn. And then different name. Okay, I still need to get the trap card. I can get the trap card by specialing Madlove with rock. That will give them a draw, however. But okay. That is so annoying. So what we need to do now is we need to small world for another dark monster, right? So we can special Madlove from the deck now. I am just gonna freestyle this. This is level 4 dark. So if I reveal Raisin and I reveal Pantera, I can get Madlove, right? Because they share nothing. Yeah. Banish Pantera. Oh no, I don't want Madlove. I don't want to add Madlove. Oh my god. I want to add a dark that isn't Mad Love. Okay, well. Get Bell. It's fine. I can use Caesar to bounce the Borger. The only problem with that is now I can't dodge. Now I cannot dodge another Baylor. Oh no, I can. I can dodge it with Caesar, actually. Okay, saved. Saved! Return the monster with the lowest defense. This doesn't matter, by the way. I still win. I'm pretty sure. Because I just flip this over to summon Borger from hand. It's no problem. Dude, we FTK through Fuva, Valor, Nib. I guess the Fuva doesn't really prevent anything, but... Okay, bro. Calm down there. Sure. Have Baldrake. Alright, bro. Yeah. Tack. Ooh, I should have left them. Now they can imperm. I should have left the monsters. Then I should probably wait until the main phase so I can dodge it. Yeah, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Beep boop. Hello. I love this, dude. I love this. I love the 4,000 life points. It is so funny. Okay. A 1. 2 spaces. What is it? What is it? Okay, bro. Magical mid-breaker field. That's one of the most toxic ones to get, probably. The thing is, if I were to build around this card, if I'd have to do something that I don't want to do, which is I'd have to build like the most toxic combo deck, just because I can't get Veilered or Impermed or whatever. Oh no, we're moving away from it. Okay. Sick. Dude, what's the point? It's 5,000 attack, man. It's 5,000 attack. It has no materials, though. Okay. What can we do? What can we do with a 5,000 attack body. It's not quite enough to go for some janky, like, I don't know, catapult turtle or whatever. Like, what can we do? You can rank up into a rank 8. Is there like a free rank up into a rank 8, rank 11? Limiter removal? I thought about limiter removal, but then I'd have to like go second and it'd have to survive. Do we permanently get these UR cards? You do get the cards in your collection. Yes, you do have to. You can't dismantle them, but you do get to keep the cards. Yeah. XYZ import. Okay, let me read that real quick. XYZ import. Okay. Target one Xyz monster you control and one monster your opponent controls with less attack. Attach that opponent's monster to your monster as material. So that's basically a really broken removal spell. It's a quick play as well. We can just set it and then we can suck everything. Okay. What else? Is there an Exceed that can just rank up onto a rank 10 for free? Shadow Spec? Don't know what card you're referring to. Pain Gainer? You can also Xyz summon this card by using a rank 8, 9, or 10 dark. It's not a dark, it's a light. Any good rank up spells? Raid Raptor Exceed. Target a face up Xyz monster you control. Special summon from your extra deck. One number C monster with the same type as that monster, but one rank higher by using it as the Xyz material. Then... Okay, so this can summon a number C rank 11 machine? Liebe? Okay, I guess we could do this. I don't have it. What if we pray the enemy has half life points? Okay, so what you're telling me is you want me to play... What is it? You want me to build a Catapult Turtle FTK. Oh, wait. Catapult Turtle is banned. We can't do Catapult Turtle. Gossip Shadow? Oh, Gossip Shadow. Target one other number Xyz. Is it a number? It's not a number. I like the Xyz import idea. But it's more like, I think it's more like an angle of put Xyz import into whatever deck you're using. But don't build around the thingy. Mystical Walk? I mean, okay. What's the point of gaining 5,000 life points? Wait, Walk is banned? No, it's not. Oh, Mystic Walk. Tribute one monster, gain that many life points. I mean, yeah, I can gain 5,000 life points. But what's the point? Okay, hold up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna use this deck and I'm gonna slap in some limiter removals and Xyz imports. I have 2 Xyz imports. And I have 2 limiter removals. And I'm going to take out the cards that are dead because we start with a monster on the board. So no Primate Roar for this one. And no... what was the other one? Thanked. Generation Force. I don't have the Super Dreadnought. If you control an Xyz monster, add an Xyz card from your deck to your hand. Okay, sure. I could do that, but I don't have it either. I don't want to craft. I would craft for... I would definitely craft if I got Norellas. This one's not funny enough to completely, like, to craft supers or ultras for. Ooh. We're going second and we have limiter. If they don't remove it, we're going to be punching big. Oh god, it's Rescue Ace. And they opened Airlifter. The problem is if they remove the Super Dimensional Robot Galaxy Destroyer, we will also not have another machine mod. Oh, we can limit a removal Zeus or Typhon. No, Typhon is a fiend, right? We have Zeus in the extra deck, which is a machine. Okay, only set 3 at least. Which means they drew one of the traps. It does not do piercing, no. It can detach to destroy all spell traps. But it's obviously used summon it without material, so that's kind of useless. And Fiendsmith, okay. Yeah, no, they're just gonna send the robot for Engraver, no point. Let's go first. I think the go second on purpose so the limiter removal can work is a dream that will probably not come true. I'll probably just waste time because of it. Skull Dice? Okay. Rogot Skull Dice. Alright, so we're gonna be normal summoning. Dippity. make sequence these two. Sorry, super dimensional robot. You're being turned into a light fiend. What a sick troll and lockbird. Thank you for making my talents live. Okay, Goblin Biker Memento. And so far you've drawn a bunch of bricks. I don't even know if this is normal summon. Add a Goblin Biker spell trap. Probably just put back the error top. So it's Aki Huron. Yeah, I don't know. And then we'll Caesar. And pass. What a great counter to Caesar. What a great move. Outstanding. All right. Have life points. Let's go. Dude, please, quarter life points. Quarter life points. Quarter life points. Quarter life points. Oh, oh! Pay 2,000 life points to draw all cards on the field. Dude, I don't have a fire monster. I have no fire and no way to get to one. We do play Firecracker, yes, of course. The thing is, they might pay 2,000 for this. I have to draw with Borger, yeah. Or not. Can return the mice to their hand. Man! I guess I'll still stake. I have to play a normal game now. Goodbye, demise. Could make a rank 4, I guess. I didn't. The Baguska is banned though. It's not nothing great. All right, well. Whatever, man. Can't even burn in peace. Sure, dude. Nah. All right, on the bright side, that means we get to try again for the quarter life points. Yeah, I bounced. They put Gamma and Imperm in their deck when they had a monster on the board from the start. It's like the laziest. They didn't do anything. They just queued the deck. They were too lazy to change it, and I bounced their thingy. Oh, what are these hands right now? What a great experience. Bro, we just had you. All right, well, I guess we have a chance at redemption. Import. Limiter. Take out Sanct, take out Roar. I don't want to choose. No, you go first. I want to do the limiter thing. Keldo. Okay, well, I don't have limiter. Does this mean you can start with Dippity? I don't know if Dippity is in the pool, but there are Light Fiends. Bro! But why am I giving you? Why is this? Oh man, this is in your deck, right? And you start with a monster that disables it 99% of the time, unless your opponent has a monster with more than 2,000. Come on. This Nibiru token is about to be gargantuan, by the way. Because I'm destroying a 5,000 attack machine. You're not overlaying with kill, though. Okay, it's negated. I was about to say. Ooh, I contributed for Baldrake. Isn't that neat? Nah. Limiter! 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 No. Regain draw. Regain draw will get me there. Limiter, limiter, come on! We'll never know if the next card is limiter, man. I will never know. Gaia Saber, Lightning Shadow. Okay. A Link 3. A Link 3. Is there anything crazy we can do with a free Link 3? Like the fact that we can just turn it into a like we normal summon one thing and we can make a Link 4, right? Let me see. Let's see what kind of Link 4s there are that maybe are crazy. There's no Link 4s? Am I doing something wrong? Link. Oh, level right. Okay, 4. Okay. What's like a broken Link 4 we can make out of nowhere? Zeroboros, that needs effect monsters. It's not even an effect monster. I think that's the main problem. Most of them need effect monsters. Griffin needs monsters with different names. And is a light fiend, which is funny. So let's play Griffin. Unchained Abomination also needs 2 monsters. Special summon from the extra deck would not work. Access code does not work. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, what do we add in the main deck? Is there any cool card that you can only activate if you control a Link monster? Like a good spell or something? Target a Link monster you control and a monster your opponent controls, destroy them, then draw a card. Eh. If you control a Link 4 or higher monster, destroy monsters your opponent controls up to the number of Link 3 or Target a Link monster you control in your grave, return it to the extra deck, and if you do, draw cards equal to its Link rating, then place cards from your hand on the bottom of the deck in any order equal to the number of cards you drew. Okay, why is it so bad? Link Party. Dude, they all suck. Nothing here is good. Nah. I'll just put the deck back to. Can we do this? You can't tribute this but we won't have a normal monster in the graveyard at the start, so that's kind of meh. Non-effect monster support. I mean, yeah, non-effect monster. The problem is it's hard to look for this sort of stuff because a lot of other cards include all face-up monsters except for effect monsters are unaffected by other spells. Okay. While this card is equipped to a non-effect monster, you can target a card you control. I mean, yeah, okay, this we can use this. It's a bounce. We can play White Elephant's Gift. It's Pot of Greed now. That's as funny as it gets. Some of these cards are worth building around more than others. I don't know if we've gotten any of the really funny ones yet. And you know what the biggest problem is? Or like what's kind of sad is that you actually if you do Pot of Greed, Pog Champion. If you do go through the effort of building a deck for this, it's going to be done after one game, right? You cannot force the same game again, right? Unless you just play the event until you get the same card. I mean, Pot of Greed was pretty sick there. Didn't do it on a Starfire. Oh, that was even sicker. Yeah, I could have normal summoned Starfire and then used this. I just saw Pot of Greed and I went for it. I saw Pot of Greed and I wanted to go for it. Do you think Master Duel would be better with a die roll instead of a coin flip? I feel like that question lacks a fundamental understanding of statistics. Actually, it does matter. Shut up. It's both 50-50. Are you trying to tell me a dice roll? No, nope. I'm not going to entertain this discussion. Nope, not today. Not today. All right, well, we did get to experience Pot of Greed again. That was cool. I want Norellis. Oh no, I don't want an extra card in my hand. The extra card is lame. +1. What do they have? Nothing? Oh, what a great matchup for my Bystials. My Bystials are going to feast on that all fire deck. I love that for me. And my extra card is Fiendsmith in Paradise. How cool is that? Kieran is at 1. Ooh, is it? Alright, Zombie Vampire. Don't give him Snake Eyes. Okay, did not give him Snake Eyes. Beast of Talvar in the graveyard. Fiendsmith Tract in the grave is not bad, actually. The one of Calamity in the grave is pretty bad for me. Ooh, they got a Light Fiend. How cool. Now the Bystials are going to be good at least. They have 4 Light Fiends right now, so even double Bystial will not stop them from making Lacrima. So I will just Bystial the target. And I think I will also summon the Baldrake out after. So that if they keep summoning from extra deck, I can go Baldrake Tribute, Druisworm. Oh, they might have their own Bystial. I should have done both in the same chain. But they didn't do it. Okay. Sick. I love how much the extra card does for my opponent going first right now. I like how they draw all the broken cards when they get to start with Snake Eyes. That is definitely a very cool and unique approach at playing this event, is just queue your Snake Eye deck. I wish I was that creative myself, actually. Ah, cool. Okay. Whew. Actually, the problem is now I guess I can force an imperm here still. If they imperm regained, it's not that bad. Oh, I forgot. They banished my only... they milled my only target for it. That kind of sucks. What does IP do? I don't know what they can summon with IP still. Maybe Nightmare Phoenix, which would allow them to dodge the drill beam, which would be pretty bad here. Basically, I'm hoping they can't dodge right now. Oh, they have Skyburn. That's even worse. Yeah, we probably can't beat this. I guess the one of Kirin is in the graveyard. So maybe I can still go for Fiendsmith? Okay. Wait, what's good here? Nothing. Okay, they thought they could summon something good, but they couldn't. Destroy it during the end phase. I mean, it gets destroyed anyways. I might as well attack it, I feel like. I might as well attack it if it gets destroyed anyways. But I kind of want to bait him into popping my Paradise, which I don't know if they will if I attack it now. But I guess I'll take the 500 damage. And that's all I have. They technically, I'm pretty sure they still win if they just crash the Arvata here. Like, I don't... Okay, cool. That's actually... That might be bad for them. Because that island I can send with Desiree. And that could be a real problem. Recycle max. I burn protect. Not something I can do anything about. I guess I could have sent whatever they have on board, but... Sunlight Wolf. Oh, they could have gone Chainlink 1 Ulcanix, Chainlink 2 Sunlight Wolf, right? And then just popped the thing that they add back. Like, add back Kirin, pop it. That would have been pretty good. I think they are doing their best to give me a chance here, is the good news. Because now they're adding Kirin, but they didn't activate Ulcanix effect. Maybe the Ulcanix doesn't have a target in deck? I don't know how big their Fire King package is. Because they're playing Snake Eyes with it as well, and Fiendsmith. So if Ponix is a one-of... Okay. I mean, I guess a Light Fiend is something. Is it something? Not really. Why does that get insta-pinned, Europa Boy? Why are we insta-pinning that? I haven't even finished reading it. Oh man, have they used this already? No. Definitely getting rid of that. That's gonna trigger Ambler Whale in the graveyard, which they use to destroy probably the Typhon. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, man. I have the slight hope that they might not be able to kill me and run out of cards eventually. But I don't know. I think this turn is this is the turn I die. Maybe there would be a small chance if I didn't draw Dippity, so that I could use Primate Roar to summon a monster from the deck, because it actually can't be destroyed by battle. But because I have Dippity in my hand, and this can only summon from deck, I believe, yes, and the Talvar is in the graveyard, I have no way of resolving the Roar. Oh. Okay. I live that. Don't think they play 2 islands. The other problem is also that I don't play 2 Requiems anymore because I forgot to take... I took one out for Griffin. I forgot to change it back, which is kind of a disaster right now, because with the second Requiem, I could actually somewhat play here. So... the set card is the card they just drew. Pretty sure it's game... I mean, all they have to do is summon Ponyx and crash. Oh, they don't have something to send. Or destroy, so it can't get stronger. Okay. I do live this attack then. We are, in this case, actually somewhat close to getting there. Oh. So... yeah, get this back. Tracked to fuse. Tracked to fuse. If I summon Baldrake and they summon Promethean, okay, what are the odds I die if I go normal summon Ether Barrel and then reset Drill Beam and just pass? And then I Drill Beam the Garunix. What can happen? What can happen? What's the alternative? I go Baldrake, hoping they Princess it. If they don't Princess it, I actually have a problem. Because also Imperm, I just can't beat Imperm, right? Because if I fuse... if I use Tracked to fuse into... do I even have the Lacrima? Yeah, I fuse for Lacrima with Tracked. They Imperm it. I normal Ether Barrel. Make sequence. They Promethean the sequence. And then it's over. If I Baldrake and they Promethean it though, I could make that line. Okay. I mean, get this out of there. Okay, they use Promethean. Okay. Oh. It needs Engraver. Oh, I should have shuffled it back. This the Requiem. Not the fusion. Oh god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. So after all this, if I put back Requiem, there's a chance. Okay. That was annoying. I hate that that happened on the extra cards spot as well, because I kind of want to leave this space and go to a more fun one. Mind Crush? They gave you Mind Crush? That's a good card for going first. What the hell? You start with 7 cards too. I don't want to get Mind Crushed. Valmonica. Set. Okay. Nice Valmonica deck, I guess. Okay. I don't know what that does. Oh, I know what it does now. I understand. I understand. Not even re-pendulum summoning this? They could have, right? Ooh, Drill Beam. Okay. Go Calamity. I want to keep the Primate Roar in hand. Normally I would start with Primate Roar, but because I drew Drill Beam. Take 500 damage, then you can return a monster from the field to the hand. Sure. They can now Mind Crush it because they know I have it. Let's rock. The Goose Guy's banned in the event, I think. Damn, that's the best Valmonica card. Just banned like that? It's funny that they can't really Ash me or anything, because if they do, they can't activate the Mind Crush anymore. Or Veiler, right? So now they just can't Mind Crush. It's still somewhat annoying, but I think it's okay. Let me Magna their Requiem. I wish you'd love to Mind Crush that right now, but you can't. Why are we not using Roar? Because it has text on it, is the short answer. What is the long answer? Well, I want to reveal it for Drill Beam. That's also not that long. Why are they all weaklings? This one. Is there a cool Agnum Day line? How much damage is it if I go Agnum Day? 18, 36, 6,000. Let's just game if I Agnum Day. All right, 17, 23, 4,000. Bring back Lacrima. It gains 18, 58 plus 11. That's game. Yep. After the Lacrima burn. Wait, do I have a link 2 for these? I don't have a link 2 for these. Okay, wait. I can make Necroquip. Alright, we can leave the pesky +1 card space. Burning gives them counters, be careful. Okay, I will be careful. Man! Not the same. Does Josh know about the bonus points? Actually not, no. What does that mean? Is it like, do you have to like do specific things to get bonus points? I didn't pay attention. 7 cards! Jesus Christ. And I still draw Paradise. Bro, my 2 bonus cards are regained in Paradise. And I drew the wrong musket again. Oh, 7 cards. Is Exodia legal? Cool. Yes. Could consider building a Exodia FTK when you have like 1 or 2 bonus cards. Surely the odds are not bad. Golem and Sengage. No, I didn't mean the cringe Exodia. Well, I mean, I guess technically it's not much less cringe. Okay, they have Sept. Surely they already have it, but I'm gonna Veiler it anyways. What is... What does this mean? So, do I ash this? I'll ash this, because I'm afraid they get into like the Omni Negate too easily with it. For my Nibiru. Don't want that to happen. Battle phase. This is a little risky. I played 2 Requiems though, so it's not that risky. I think it's better to leave the Light Fiends in there. Or try to recycle max, I guess. In case I draw. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Well, I was done anyways. I was done anyways, little bro. It's okay. More Alistairs. Cease. Okay. Trust me, Invoke Generator is a real deck. Trust me, it's a real deck. Rasterliger. You can target a link monster in either graveyard. This card gains attack equal to that target's attack until the end of this turn. You contribute any number of your monsters this card points to. Destroy an equal number of cards on the field. You can only use each effect of Rasterliger once per turn. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If you have a deck that basically gets a free Zelantis, there's no way you can't just make a super broken FTK or combo with that, right? Like, can we do that? Can we make a Zelantis deck that just abuses some stuff that's like not hard ones per turn? The only thing is, I guess I don't want to spend like infinite ultra rare crafting points on it, but we can see. Hold up. No, let's do create new. And then, I mean, we're definitely going to have Zelantis. All right. Now, what do we do with this that doesn't cost me, like, where I probably have the ultra rares? Can't you extra link people with this? I mean, you probably can, but... Pegasus? Wind up? Wind up. Wind up. I have one Zen Mighty. What is the plan if we lose die roll? That we won't. What do you mean? I don't really have many of the wind up cards. And I only have 9 UR dust. I don't know. Actually, I did pull... Hold up. Dismantle selected cards. Obtained order. Yeah, I can get rid of this. I pulled some stuff yesterday and I haven't dismantled it yet. Moray of Avarice. But not much, I'm afraid. Not much in the ultra rare department. Yeah, that's one. Rescue Ferret? Rescue Ferret. Is it not in the event? Or is it not an ultra rare? Oh. I mean, this card is incredibly broken, right? If you have 2 arrows, we start with 2 arrows, right? On the board already. There has to be a way to make Rescue Ferret work. Because what we can do, right? We start with Rasterliger in the middle. Then we normal summon Rescue Ferret. We summon 2 things. Their effects are negated, but then we Zelantis and we reset them, right? Isn't that completely insane? The only question is, what do we summon with Rescue Ferret? Seer and Graph? No. Summoner Monk? Summoner Monk? To summon that. Okay. But what's the FTK that we're doing? What FTK can we do? Telephone? Morphtronic Telephone. But we can only summon 2 monsters and they have to be level 6 together, right? So like we can't summon 2 telephones off of Ferret. Isn't there... Gadget Gamer. Normal summoned. You contribute this card. Special Morphtronic. No, that does not work. Scrap Recycler. Normal or special. Send 1 machine. But what's the Cannon Soldier? We can't do Cannon Soldier. How do we even FTK with 2 telephones, guys? Recycler plus Gadget Gamer works? No, it doesn't. Because Gadget Gamer is only on normal summon. And it only summons a Morphtronic from hand. You can do using this prompt to make a generic telephone FTK sounds kind of... Okay, what else? What else do you want me to do? Princess? Amazonas. This is like the one... This is the one thing where I think it's okay to build an FTK in this event. Because that's funny. Blaze Phoenix? Blaze Phoenix. Isn't that how it's spelled? Blaze. Mass Driver. Man! Fire Princess. Each time you gain life points, inflict 500 damage to your opponent. Oh yeah, because they do gain life points. Okay, Fire Princess. And then... So... machine dupe, I guess? If I have it. I do have 2. So here's the thing, right? We go Rescue Ferret into... Pyro. This is a Pyro, so we can search it with Banshee. We can search it with Banshee, so that's how we get to the Fire Princess. We can summon it with Saryuja from hand. So that's easy. The only thing we have to solve is how do we get to 2 Telephons off of Rescue Ferret? Right? How do we get to 2 Telephons off of Rescue Ferret? Because we have to summon level 6 total. Check 5s. It can also be a level 4. Telephon times 2 plus Princess? No, but we don't have 3 zones. We don't have 3 zones. We only have 2 zones. We don't have 3 zones. If we had 3 zones, it'd be easy because we could just summon 2 Telephons and the Princess. We also need linkery. We need ways to link these off all the time, right? Anima. Chicken game? No. We could use Runix to summon Gravity Controller to get an extra zone. But I don't know if that works because Gravity Controller points... Oh no, that does work. If we have a Runic... That also baits... Yeah, okay. Hold up. I regret nothing. Okay. Next question. Can we actually small world for Rescue Ferret in this? Do we have bridges? I don't think so. I don't think we have the bridges for it. We also don't really need machine dupe. We can just play more Runics. Those draw cards. Like let's say we have small world plus a telephone. We can small world because we don't need 3 telephons. 2 is enough. But we don't have a bridge for a telephone into Ferret. We would need like, yeah, I mean small world, we don't have enough monsters for small world. We can just play more Runics to redraw. I suppose we shouldn't play too many duplicates. Yeah. Reasoning. Reasoning. If they don't call 4, reasoning works, I guess. What about engage? We can't use it, right? We have something in the main monster zone. And we don't want to Zelantis first. Monster Gate. Monster Gate is legal question mark? It's hard to find Monster Gate because a lot of monsters. It's because it includes negate, has the word gate in it. That's why there's a lot of Monster Gate is a super rare, I believe. And I should have it. That makes it faster. And it's also a spell, you see. It seems like it's not legal. Unless I don't have it, but I think I have it. Oh no, it's legal. So I guess, but Monster Gate is a little risky. Okay. That's technically all we need to pull it off, right? So what we need now is just link climbing material. We can play Gary because Gary can help us get to a rank 4. What about bamboo swords? Bamboo swords. Bamboo swords do work because we can immediately... Okay. Yes. And then we take out the monster gates. Take out some runics. I guess mid-breaker field with fountain doesn't make sense. Okay, broken. Now we just need links. We just need links. Any generic links. It doesn't even have to do anything, I don't think. But I guess we can just do good generic links. Like we can do nightmares. Because they technically they can be co-linked, so I might be able to draw a card off of the thingy. Cross sheep. I mean, we can't summon a fusion to cross sheep's zone because the runics have to go in the EMZ, so that doesn't make sense. Be generic, any two monsters. Is there a generic? Generic. More generic stuff. Let's play this. And another link to... Okay. Okay. Begin. Okay, we're gonna go first. Well, maybe we can pull it off going second. We might just surrender until we win a coin flip. Dude, the hand is broken though. The hand would have done it going first. We already have it, by the way. We already have it. Hey, gimmick puppet! Shut up. How is your deck more toxic than mine? I built an FTK. I'm not watching that. I'm not watching that. That's crazy. Okay, give me the same hand from last time, please. Give me the... I need the exact same hand. That works, that works, that works. And we can't get impermed. Because they have... we can't get impermed. Let's bait Ash Blossom. Let's bait Ash Blossom. Hold, hold. Okay. Wait. Now I can't make Zelantis. Wait, maybe we can fix it? Gravity controller. Then ferret. Ferret effect. What was the plan? The plan was Fire Princess and 2 Telephones, right? I think. Yes. Hold up. Wait. Princess. Telephone. Now, in order to make Zalantis, I need to make Lanferinkus. Wait, I can't link off the... Okay, I need... Shit, wait, did I mess it up? Target... I need a link zone. I can't make it over Rasteliger. I may have done goofed. We might have to go again. Because if I had Promethean Princess in the deck, it'd be fine. Because now I don't know, I cannot get back the thing, right? Take a Pyro from your deck. Yeah, we need Promethean Princess. We can't get it back. Ah, okay. Pop with the bear? That doesn't help. I forgot Promethean Princess. With Promethean, it works. With Promethean, it's no problem. Promethean. And then we just cut this guy. And we do need some fire link monsters, so we can link off the Promethean. Fire link, preferably link 2. Dude, this messes me up every time. Link 2. Needs to be as generic as possible. 2 monsters with different names. That should work. And then we'll take out the Underclock Taker. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's go again. Okay, not yet, but there's still plenty we can draw. Okay. Upstart. Oh no, they have something. Upstart. Oh. They have Ash, of course they do. Sure. At least we can draw with Fountain now, most likely, hopefully. Let's deck thin with this. Smiting Storm the special. Fountain. Careful Nib. I'm playing in fun FTK in the event, dude. What do you want? I can't play around Nib anyways. Careful Nib. Okay, now careful. Gravity controller. Here. Activate ferret. Careful, Nib! Summon princess. Here. 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 Lanphorincus. Oh wait, I can't. I keep forgetting I can't use this. Okay, I have to make. With these two. Now I can Zelantis. Yes. Here. I guess we'll add. Oh, it has to be an attack. I think I fucked up, guys. I didn't know it needed to be an attack. Can I fix that? Oh, man. I can fix it. I'll just draw another one. I'm so pissed, man. Oh, man. I forgot it mattered which position it had. I remember just as I clicked. We had it too. That's so cringe. We had it. We just had it, dude. Okay, now we know. Now we know. Now nothing can stop us. Except for Nibiru, I guess. We would have done it through Ash as well. Okay, easy clap. Desperado, no imperm for you. Haha. They have Ash too. They have Ash. They always have Ash, man. Ash is always added to their hand in this game mode. Oh my god, they have Droll in their deck. Uh-oh. Dude, what do you mean you're holding Ash? What's happening? Dude, they play only hand. Oh my god, what the hell? I'm so mad, dude. We had it last game. We had it last game and I messed up. Okay. Come on. Telephone in face up attack position. Okay, now we do this 16 times. I hope we have enough link monsters to do it 16 times. Dude, I need to be so careful to not link off the one that I haven't used yet. Yeah, I used this one. I'm gonna link off. I swear to God, if I don't have enough link monsters to do this, I'm gonna lose my mind. This is also very slow. We're not even halfway there. Shit. Dude, my extra deck is empty. Guys? No! No! Okay, how do I get Link monsters back into the deck? Avarice? The thing is, I'm not going to draw Avarice. How do we... Okay, surely there has to be a way. There has to be some Link monsters that do it. Right? We don't need Gary. Screw Gary. Firewall Dragon. Firewall Dragon... Maybe we can just build a Firewall Dragon that's like co-linked to 2 or 3 cards and we just add back a bunch of Link monsters, right? We also don't need this, right? Because the combo we're doing does get us the thing. So that works. Unicorn can spin a Link mon... Yeah, we can also self-Unicorn. True. Good point. We can play 2 Saryujas, I guess. I only have 1 Saryuja. We can't do that. Daigusto Emerald. Daigusto Emerald is possible to make if we have a second Summoner Monk. Codebreaker. It's funny, we can play our own Raster Liger, actually, because he can clear up stuff as well. We also don't need this anymore, right? Because we don't need that for the combo. We can play another spell that draws cards. What's another... We can play another Runic, just for better odds of seeing multiple Runics. We need to cut the upstarts. Oh yeah, that's a good point, actually. The upstarts kind of ruin this. Because the extra deck might just run out. So I guess we'll... If you put Gravity in the right EMZ, you can just go Zelantis without going Princess. If I put it over there... But then I can't do Rescue Ferret for 3 zones, right? Okay, 1 more generic Link monster. Is there a Link 1 that we can make with Telephone? I guess we can just play 2. I don't have 2 Animas. I also don't have 2 Linkaribus. I don't want to do that. Could be Synchro as well. We could... No, Synchros are banned in the event. Can't do Synchros. Toolbox. We can play 1 of Toolbox. No. Magistus Link 1? That doesn't link off Morphtronic Telephone, does it? Akashic. 2 monsters with the same type except tokens. We can link off 2 Telephones for that, but then we'd have to have the 3rd one in rotation. Is Clockwork Knight in the game? No. The new Sebek? If a player gains life points, even during the damage step, you can make each player take 1,000 damage. Ooh. That makes it so much faster as well. Okay. Now we definitely have enough. Now all it takes is another coin flip win and not getting hand trapped. It's hard once per turn. Yeah, but it still saves us 2 activations. Shit, we lost the coin toss. Maybe their deck sucks. We would have had it. Meteor Bee Dragon. Brick, 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 brick. Pass. Oh, oh, come on, man. Dude, they have extra card. Wait, this is if I draw 2 telephones, does that make it impossible? Because I can't resolve Ferret. Is it hand or deck? No, deck. This is awful. Jesus Christ, man. Okay, this is the one. This is the one. Jesus, 2 for 1 team. And I drew the princess. This is the most frustrating thing I have done in my life. Because now I'm going to get dice and we're moving off of the raster liger thingy and we've never pulled it off. Goal. Man! I am so not satisfied in my life. I've never been less satisfied in my life. Man. But I am confident, even though I can't showcase it now, but I am confident that now this would have worked. Now this would have worked. Because we would have gone Gravity Controller, Rescue Ferret, summon Princess and 2 Telephons, right? Turn Telephon and Princess into Ferocious Flame Swordman, make the Zelantis, bring everything back, make Promethean, bring back the Princess, turn Promethean into Nightmare Phoenix, and then you start looping the Telephons, and you need to do 16 effects of Telephon. -2 because we now have the Sebek, so it's only 14 activations of Telephon. 1 you get at the start for free. Linkaribo is 2 activations, so that means out of 13, 11, 10, This is one more, so that's 9. This is one more, so that's 8. This is also one more itself, so that's 7. This is 6, plus spins back another link monster, so another one, so that's 5. This is 4, plus it recycles any number of link monsters, so 3, 2. Yeah. This could have done it. This could have done it. This definitely could have done it. But alas. Okay. I'll save it just in case I run into another Raster Liger at some point so I can prove it. Deck capacity has reached its maximum. Okay. Keep the list for this round. Yeah, the deck with no win condition. Keep the deck with no win condition in a normal game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Dude, I'm frustrated. Only Royal Dippity can save my mood. Time for plants? Whenever you think it's time for plants, you're wrong. It's never time for plants. Do I still have the fountain pack? We opened it yesterday, didn't we? Wait, did I pull a rescue ferret? I didn't pay attention. Bro, I'm getting nothing! There we go. This is the one! This is the last one as well. It's not from the pack. It's Dark Lord Superbia. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. What's new over here? This menu feels clunky to me. Is that just me? I feel like I'm looking for the new duel field and I don't know what the new duel field is. And if I scroll just for 1 second too long, I'm already in the other section. What is the new duel field? It's just the base? But wasn't there a thingy here? Oh, it's this. Okay, but what is this from? Like, which card is this? Legend of the Sovereign Seas? Is that what the card is called? The press part. These sleeves are kind of neat. This goes hard. I considered getting this. Even though I don't typically spend the gems for the wallpapers because I just have my the dude here with the t-shirt and he's unhappy. I love him. Usually I don't get any wallpapers, but I considered getting the fire versus water one. That one's sick. All right. Man. Dude. Okay. Can you show the punk list? It should be on Discord. In general, I don't say this often enough, but I do have a Discord server in case you want to get updates when I go live and when I post a YouTube video, and just in general, it's a pretty big community by now. You can go !Discord, and they also have all of the deck lists that I play on stream. They are all in the Discord in their own separate channel. So feel free to join. I say it so rarely that whenever I do say it, we get an alert on Discord of like unusual join activity because the server is not used to like people joining all at once, but I figured I'd bring it up. Yeah. This, I think I want to get into some other Yu-Gi-Oh talk right now. I think we're gonna talk about some TCG in a bit after I've done with. I'm about to have lunch in a bit, and then we'll do some TCG. The event. I thought this event was very fun overall. I wanna talk about that for a second because I think this is a cool thing that happened where I feel like this showcases very well that there's a lot of fun to be had with Yu-Gi-Oh if you play it in other ways, not just regular Master Duel ranked or TCG, regular advanced constructed format. There's a lot of ways to change the game up and make it fun, and I thought that this event kind of did that. I don't think it's perfect. The main downside of the event, I think, is the thing that we just experienced. I think this is the most fun. This concept of changing the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh is the most fun when you are incentivized to build a deck specifically for those rules, right? Like when it, for example, it gives you Raster Liger and you decide to play like a stupid wonky FTK because you start the game with a Raster Liger. That's when it's the most fun. The problem is this game mode doesn't really incentivize you that much to build decks around it for two reasons. The first reason is a lot of the cards that you could get in this one are just not worth building around. There were a few cards that are worth building around, but for the most part, there's a lot of different cards here, and most of them are not worth building around, right? Like, you get a Traffic Ghost. It's like a level 3, a Link 3 Cybers vanilla. It's not really worth building around. There's only a few cards here that I see that are worth building around. And then some of them are just straight up garbage. A lot of the spell traps in particular are like, you start the game with a reverse trap. Well, what are you going to do with that, right? So there was like too many vanillas or too many cards that are not worth building around. I mean, of course, if you get Unexpected Die, you can build a deck with that. If you get Gale Dogra, you can build a deck around that, right? That's fun. You get Norellis, you can build a crazy deck around that because you basically start the game with a card that says both players have to discard their entire hand. So like that stuff is worth building around. But then the problem with that is what we've just experienced when we tried to build around Raster Liger and we tried to make an FTK happen with it. Is that if you play one game with it and let it be you win or your opponent disconnects or your opponent just scoops because they're going second or because their hand is bad, you roll a dice and you leave that space and you just, it's basically just a one-time experience. And that was I think that was kind of annoying. The fact that you can only do it once basically. So like we went through all this process of building a deck for it. And then we didn't even pull it off because it didn't work a couple of times. And then when I actually was about to pull it off, or when I actually got the deck into a state where it could pull it off, the opponent just surrendered. And so we didn't even get to do it. That was... that's the one thing I would like them to maybe address somehow with this, is like, maybe you can... Of course, you could keep playing until you hit a certain card again, but that's just like, there's too many bad cards. I think they should make more good cards that are worth building around in the pool. They need to make the dice roll not auto. I think that would solve that problem. On the other hand, it would kind of ruin it as well, because if you are on a certain, let's say you are on a certain space that's just broken, right? Let's say you are on the, let's say you get a really broken card to build around, like Norellis, and then you just save up all your dice. You just FTK everybody one by one by one by one, and you save up all your dice, and then you just finish the event by just rolling all your dice at once. Right? That has problems as well, I guess, right? Or something. But there's probably something. No rewards if you stay. I guess that would work if you just want to play for fun, but then you're playing for fun without any progression, right? That also isn't perfect. But hey, Okay, lunch is ready. So we're going to be hopping into some TCG. The plan is basically today we're going to be doing some yapping about TCG. Current TCG format, my current impression of the TCG format. Then we're going to talk about some interesting cards when it comes to beating Mitsurugi. I think Mitsurugi is a deck that like not everyone is super familiar with beating yet. Or like at least it's like the top decks in the TCG at the moment. I mean, if we're looking at YCS Providence top cut breakdown, right, is like it's definitely Malice and Mitsurugi. There's other decks in the format. The format is more diverse than I anticipated at first glance, but still Malice and Mitsurugi are definitely the driving forces in the format at the moment. And I feel like everyone has a good idea of what works against Malice. You know, we see a lot of people with like the Charmies in the main and side deck, and we see a lot of people with Lancea and Chaos Hunter, and then you just call it a day, right? That's how you beat Malice, I suppose, is the short answer, right? It's like it's pretty well known over the course of like the last couple of formats what works against Malice and what doesn't work against Malice. So like I think people at this point, they understand that like the normal approach to hand traps doesn't really work against Malice. Like your Ash Blossom Imperm Veiler stuff is very unlikely to actually work. But yeah, with Mitsurugi, I think there's some stuff that we can talk about. Have you seen the new promos yet? Someone linked it earlier and I opened it on my secondary screen, but I haven't looked at it yet. I think it's this one you're talking about. This is definitely cool. So introducing the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 promos. Breaker the Magical Warrior in French and Mirror Force in French. Every spectator will be able to claim these promos in person at the event. Don't forget to enter the raffle to win a free spectator seat via Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron. These are cool. And I really like the touch that they keep them in French, because of course the World Championship is happening in France this year, so I think it makes sense. The Breaker in particular is the one that like piques my interest here because it has a special kind of border and background. This is not the regular border. I wonder why the Mirror Force does not have it. But the Breaker looks very special. That Breaker looks very, very special. Very cool. I mean, yeah, just one more reason, I guess, to wanting to go to the World Championship, either as a player or as a spectator. Well, I don't know. It doesn't actually say whether the players get them as well, but I would assume the players also get these. Yeah, these are sick. The Mirror Force kind of does look like a special rarity as well, right? Maybe it's just secret rare though. When is the World Championship? I think I have it in my calendar. Some point in August, I'm pretty sure. It is in... Is it in August? Yeah, it is the last weekend of August, basically. 29th to 31st of August, yeah. Is Worlds. The same day that clashes in Paris with WWE. I mean, is that an issue? I don't know how big the size of the people that would want to go to both The group of the people that want to go to both events. Surely it's not that many. I guess it's bad for hotels. Yes, it could be. On the other hand, it's going to be hard to find a weekend where nothing big is happening in Paris. I feel like there would be some sort of event outside of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship every weekend of the year. They probably have something going on in a huge city like Paris. Like, what are you gonna... Can't avoid anything. Let me actually get some React out there while I eat. Just a quick one. Now this one was posted a couple of days ago, and it has actually piqued my interest. Someone has topped their nationals with Dragon Rulers, and that was in Chile. I don't know how big the nationals were. I would guess, I mean, it's not a secret that Dragon Rulers is pretty much a rogue deck at this point. So my guess is that these are rather small nationals, but still top 16 is not bad. Even if it is a smaller-ish nationals, that still requires you to go like, I mean, 5-2, 6-2, or something like that. Wasn't it 500? Oh, was it? Hold up, I'm checking. I don't know. They're not always super accurate on yugioh Pro deck, the numbers, but I can check. Tournaments. Trying to see. This happened 1.5 weeks ago. WCQ. I'm trying to find it. There. 404. Okay. Dude, that's kind of big. I didn't expect it to be this large. Okay, well, shout outs. And they played top 32 as well, which means that this player has gone through the top 32 and won there as well. So that's something. Wrong one. What? Chile National Championship 2025. Mitsurugi Raizeel won it. Okay. Anyways.
Hey guys, this is PH speaking, recording the profile of this big guy. First
Oh, wait. This is auto-dubbed. Okay, well. I think this is the first time I'm watching a video in auto-dub.
Top. First national and the first top. Hey guys, how are you? I'm Tiago Zabal and well, I'm Brazilian.
Bro, it's so weird. You can turn it off, yeah, but then it's gonna be Spanish, and then I don't understand it. It is very uncanny, but I guess it's better than Spanish, because for me at least, because I can't understand Spanish like much.
Living here in Chile with PH and we played the nationals here this weekend. Well, we managed to get to the top 16 and I think it'll be a little interesting to tell you a little about it, because man, I created a deck from scratch, okay? A Dragon Brewer with a Tenpai engine. So, well, I'll show you this.
I hate that Tenpai is probably optimal in this. It probably is.
Before I do, I wanted to thank Angelo again for the opportunity to post this here. I think more fans of dragons like me will have fun with this. Well, let's get to the deck then. Yeah, let's start with the rulers, which are 3 spectrals, and then 2 TLEs. 2 tempests and a baby. 2 blasters and a baby. 2 Sedics. Let me put it here, and a baby. And that was Ruler's engine.
That's all the rulers? That's so few. That's
Their
so
idea
few
of putting that
rulers.
specific number is because, well, you'll need at least 2 of each of them to make all the combo lines if you want to have a follow-up. And also because they can only make each one have an effect once per turn. So, having 2 copies in the deck is good, even because of the new rank set that I'll show later. But I didn't run the water baby, and maybe it was a mistake. But I didn't run the water baby because Tittle is the worst. Like, he's the worst, right? He's the ugly little thing, right?
What?
Yeah, so, but like, all the others would start the combo, and Tittle, like...
Why is Tidal ugly?
He's not that interesting to have, but like, after the tournament I think I would add another copy of BB Tittle. And I wouldn't change the rate of either of them, okay. I think 2 is excellent, remembering that, like, opening multiples of only the big ones is kind of bad, so it's not cool, so having a mix of babies is good, and this new creature is what makes the deck play, right? You probably already knew about these, which were the old ones, but these new creatures here are sensational. I'm not running any of the dark ones. I don't think dark is really good. I might have been wrong. I didn't have much time to test, but man, dark looks like a brick, but this creature here is insane, man. I use its effect. For those who don't know, I send it plus a lighter dragon and add 2 dragon rulers. Then they start the combo. I'll show the combo after what was the main idea of the deck, but I think that like, man, it's the best starter of the deck. So man, it's sensational. This crazy beast here, which made Dragon R play, in my opinion, stronger than it was in 2013 or so. After that, as I said, I'm running a Tempai engine. It's a somewhat reduced engine, but it still has a lot of numbers. So, 1 Fadra, 1 Shundra, 2 Jengs, 2 Pedras and then the spells.
2 Jengs!
2 of each. I was going to play only Pedra, but I started to miss the ATK
Pedra.
sometimes, especially when I needed to add him or summon him, and I missed him summoning Shundra, mainly because he does snow, right? And Genhoko doesn't, and the 2 Jengs because this deck needs them, because Gen is a starter. Like, I prefer Genhoke than Piter to tell the truth, as a starter. Oh. But Genhoko doesn't sync, so I save him and 2 Jengs just to add with Blaster when he's banned, and I think that was it. After that, I ran the 3 monsters that aren't from the engine, but they help. Magna, man,
Yeah.
This card is insane for both Syl and its effect. It adds any dragon in the game, so it basically adds to my entire deck. The Coke, my dragon of men. Man, this card is simply devastating against the meta. You put this here against a...
Did it say Dragon of Men? The AI?
The Coke, my dragon of men.
The
Man,
dragon
this
of
card
men!
is simply devastating against the meta. You put this here against a Ren Mitsuru.
You heard it. Kokimi Rodrigo is the Dragon of Men. I think Kokimi Rodrigo is pretty crazy in this format. I mean, if you think about it, the Malice and Mitsurugi both don't really have great ways to play without special summoning a light or dark.
After giving a seal, man, the guy is lost. Put this here against Melis. The guy is lost against almost the entire meta. He's lost. This card is simply sensational. And lastly, I think that kind of spice that I put here is a Christian. I'll show you how to summon him
Oh
later.
my God.
But this card, like, has the same idea as Kokmeru. The difference is that it's a 2800 monster that's very difficult to remove. Good. After that, well, there was some space left for hand traps. My idea was to play with a competitive deck, so there was no point in just making a really crazy YouTube combo and there was no room for anything. So a deck with 40, 50, 60 cards with grass and everything, of course, would allow me to do a lot more, but it's not realistic, you know? So, to play this tournament, I decided to play with 40 cards and because of that, I had to cut a lot of corners, but I managed to make a lot of room for tech. So I ran with 3 draws, 3 bells, 3 and 3 particulars, but I would still run the same things, okay? I think these 12 here are sensational for the deck, so that's 13 together with Magna, right? I wouldn't take any of them out. I used all of them, incredible. Also remember that their attributes help a lot, that this is 6 more bodies for Tempest, because they are wind. This is 3 more bodies for Blaster. These are 3 more bodies for Redix, so they also help if they come in hand in going first. Dude, we prioritize dragons, right? But if we need to, we'll do it. And lastly, in terms of spells, this was Prinkar Tempai. A set because yes, good CED
Because
and a
yes.
triple tag silent, same thing. This card is good, but they had a main function, these 2 here, which was together with Christian to take out and go, in going second, because Christian was a card made to play go second and I managed to take it out and it helped a little inside out. Well, as I said, I played 40. Show a little of the extra now. I didn't end up not organizing it, okay? Sorry, but okay. I think the normal Striker Dragon this card is very important for all combos to send a dragon, because rulers only send from the hand or the graveyard. So for Striker Daga is very important. I wouldn't take out Spear Knight. I don't know, man. If I did it once, twice, it was a lot. She's kind of a win more. Like when I was feeling sick and couldn't kill, I'd use Seals and SP, but I never needed to use her.
When I was
Typhon,
feeling
useless
sick.
guy, don't use her. Oh, Zeus? Man, I didn't do it. I don't recommend it. Zeus was together with Fleer to make it. I don't recommend that here. This is a free spot. Like I said, I only had a little time, right? I had a week and a bit to build this deck. So, unfortunately, the extremized one. Oh, this card is good because it can destroy the rollers to add, but I didn't use it either. Anyway, I'd still leave her. And well, let's move on to the engines now, huh? What a temp engine. I ran two because I had a lot of space, but for some reason I had to cut them. I think that if I'm not mistaken it was only one game that I needed to use both, but if that's not it, Tent needs to have it. Guys, there's no way. Trident is insane. There was a tournament, there was a match against Bell where I dealt like 20,000, 30,000 damage and the guy had dealt a Ghost Sister. So I was only able to thank him because he deals 18,000 damage on his own. And after the ruler engine, we have the Disaster, the Eclipse and two Chasmas. I'll explain them because they're new, so people might not have picked them up, and this was exactly what helped me a lot in
the thing is, like, the new Dragon Ruler deck is pretty cool, and I have looked into it a little bit, but it's unfortunately likely that what they're doing here is the ideal way to do it. And I say unfortunately because it is very reliant on just accessing the most powerful floodgates, because Dragon Rulers are very good at doing that. Dragon Rulers are super strong at accessing Koakimiro Drago or even Christia, right? Because like the combo for Christia is a little more difficult because you have to send it on your turn with Chasma send Tidal, and then on the opponent's turn you go Chasma send Redox to bring it back. Whereas Koakimiro Drago you can just summon super easily, right? You can summon it, you can search it with Tempest, you can summon it off of Seals. Like there's a billion ways to get Koakimiro Drago in this deck.
Tournament, people were completely unfamiliar with this deck, starting with the Ace monster, right, the Shazno. Shazam is the best beast in the deck and also in the world, right? In the world, in everything. Man, this card is incredible. What's his analogy?
Man.
Explain it to me. Analogical 4 ban cards in. Oh, no, exactly. He's been banning 4 cards. So this card here is simply devastating. I annoyed the kids this weekend. Every time someone said the name of this card, I said the same phrase. But well, this monster, just like Spectra, is the best in the main deck. This monster is the best in the extra deck. I think he might be the A monster. The idea of it is to combine 2 sets, and with that we can copy the effect of any ruler by sending it as a cost. The effect of the mount when they charge an attribute. Send it as a cost and then detach the material.
Bro,
so, like this, he doesn't take that.
AI does not know how to handle the freaking Yu-Gi-Oh terminology.
He doesn't take Bell, he doesn't take the effects like that, and he can copy the ruler effect, which is exactly what makes the Dragon Ruler insane. And he's a quick effect, so he has 2 materials. He'll do this twice, and that's what triggered the start for me to do this combo with Christian, which I'm going to show you now. But this card is devastating. It also has a secret effect where when it is destroyed by the opponent's monster effect or by battle, I summon a ruler. That's also good so as not to die. But well, this card here is simply incredible. This has to be beautiful. Eclipse. This card is also very good. It's almost as good. It's just not good because it can't leave the materials whenever you want.
This card's very good. It's almost as good. It's just not good.
But it can target a banished baby. It can summon a big one, either banished or from the deck. So it helps fill the combos there, right? I'll show you the combo now, you'll see how good it is. And man, this card here, it also negates spell traps. It's finding 2 materials, so it's really good to help the combo go through. And lastly, the Disaster. I didn't do the Disaster in this tournament, but I could have done it several times. Man, if it resolves, you win.
Dude, is the Spanish name for Dragon Rulers Señor Dragón? Is all of their names Señor Dragón?
Okay.
Dude,
It'll
that's kind of
attach 2
dope.
materials, 2 sets, and then it'll be like this, and then you'll target 4 rulers, either banished or in the graveyard. And man, you'll attack, and after that you'll banish cards on the field and in the opponent's graveyard, monsters on the field, in the graveyard according to the number of attributes. You guys do the math, put the 4, bro, you banish all the attributes from the field in the graveyard. Also, just to wrap it up, if he has that, he has 4,600 attack and defense affected there. This guy is a tower so you don't die and also clear the guy's field. He's insane. I don't think so because I don't think so. There's no way I wouldn't use him. I ended up using him like I said, because I didn't need to, but well, in training, I even used him with PH. Man, it was insane. So don't take him out either. There's no space in the extra, it can be improved. My side deck, we're going to have to talk a little. Yeah, I didn't have many cards in access, so it was pretty messed up. I'm going to show you the cards that I still agree with and then we'll talk about the others that I use. But these 9 here are the cards that I think should have a standard, right? From the side deck, Lance is very good, Lighting Storm is very good, the side inside out was good because of them. 3 threes with 3s. Sol Strike helps a lot to close the combo because, well, it takes away the guy's Beichel, takes away things, takes away his sums. This card is very good, it also takes away hand traps. I think that in the going first, it is a good card to trade with follows. And what I used from the outside were 3 Impermanis. And man, honestly, these would be scumbags. Okay, I think that today, yes, I wanted to put Nibiru, but I think I would say, that Imperm is bad, right? Man, Imperman is messed up. Man, I used it against the Blue Eyes, it was strong, but like that, I wouldn't put it. I think Purulam would win a lot more games than these Impermans. I didn't like it, to tell you the truth, it smells. And the thing is that I didn't have Purulam, okay, that's why I didn't use it. And the last one was a small black marrow combo. And man, this is horrible, okay? This is horrible. Strong words, I know, but you're going to summon this and the idea is to add it. It will reveal the max metamorph and then you're going to tribute a dragon 5 or higher to summon it. Then it will be unaffected. Not unaffected, sorry. It's not destroyed by effect and has a lot of attack and negates a card. But man, I tried to do this to increase. There was no way to get past it. Bro, this is really bad, okay? Not really absence. This thing is not a dragon, okay? It's a machine, so even worse. I don't know, wrong ideas. Like, for now I'm going to show you the combo anyway, because I think this combo deserves to be used by more people. To start the combo, you need, this is the best combo, right? You can always adapt it according to what you have in your hand. The idea for you to get it like this is to have 2 level 7 in your hand. It already makes the combo. But I'm going to do the best version of the combo here, which is the Spectra and any big beast from the Dragon Rulers. You will start by giving the Spectre effect, sending the Dragon Ruler. Here you will add 2. Then here you add the Blaster and Lightning, which is the baby of the wind. Remember, always adapting. If you started with him, add another one, but so on. The important thing is that you have a Redox and a Tile in the deck. You will give the baby effect to summon Tempest. And here you have the first level 7. Here you will give the effect of the dragon that is not the blaster so that the blaster will have to be added. So in this case, do the TLE, we will banish a baby and give the effect this here, summon the blaster effect. Here you will turn on the engine by adding the fire dragon. I will add the Gemco so as not to spend normal juice, but you can add the P if necessary. And then, the effect of the roaring game will summon, it will be summoned. And here I do the Chasma already, but I haven't had any effect from it yet. It is better to play on top of some interactions, so I think it is interesting to do it already. Game Hoaku effect, you're going to bring Pedra. Pedra is done, you're going to bring Kim. As I said, guys, Tempai here is not made to kill, right? So, like, he's part of the engine. There's no problem spending the cards, especially the go first, because it's going to be worth it. So you're going to give CIM to add Chandra. Chandra effect in your hand. You're going to do a sync effect. Oh, you're going to add any of them. This here is the first one. It's Sylve's first food. Remember that if you have any good discard to give in your hand, it's preferable to always bring the field so that these creatures don't get interaction. The less interaction the creature gets, the better. But anyway, here you already have a level 7, plus 1 food.
1 food!
So now you're going to give the effect of Chasma, sending the title and detaching the one that hasn't used the effect yet, which in this case will be Tempest to oops, it's in the graveyard, sorry. Oh, to send the card.
No, these are banished.
Then you will send Chris to the resolution and with that you will give the effect of Tempest. Sorry, they are already banned. They were already banned. It's just that I'm already thinking about something else. Sorry, they weren't in the graveyard, but you will give his effect by banishing anyone. Remember, as I said, the Tempest
yeah, you get it, right? You can make
don't matter here.
You can make another rank 7.
You will summon, they will be banished here.
Or seals, I guess.
You will combine them in 2S level.
Oh yeah, no, you make Eclipse and then seals later.
The effect of the Eclipse. You will target Lightning to summon from your deck with Tempest, shuffling it and then use the 2 FA to pass the seal. Here with these 2 cards you will
you know,
with a negate.
That is an end board that can compete in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I mean, especially because it's got the Christia in there as well. I don't even know if the Christia is necessary, but this is basically this is a spell negate. This is a bounce that can summon Koakimeru Drago from your deck, and then this, if you don't use this to revive Christia, you could also use it to protect your Koakimeru Drago from a normal summon attacking it. Because you could use this to send Blaster, right? So it's like it's a pretty powerful end board. I think the problem with this deck at the moment is that, like, I don't know how well it plays going second, but it's also just like super weak into Charmies and Droll and Lancia, which is kind of like what everyone is playing. So I think that's the problem. Other than that, I think Dragon Rulers are actually not bad right now. But like the non-engineered people are playing just destroys Dragon Ruler. And that's just an issue. Yeah. Okay, but still, I mean, piloting it to top 16 at a national with over 400 players is still impressive, I think. And I'm happy that this deck gets some love because I love Dragon Rulers. Of course, I don't love the win condition being Archlord Christia, but it is what it is. I mean, the cards are still cool. I honestly, I wish the win condition was Disaster. I wish Disaster was the win condition. Even though Disaster is like an unaffected Towers monster, I still kind of wish that was the win con. And I think it could have been. I think I've been thinking about this. I think if this card was somehow searchable for Dragon Rulers, I think you could have made Disaster more consistently, right? Because Here There Be Dragons lets you Xyz summon on the opponent's turn, which is like, I think the best way to summon Disaster. Hold up. It would be the best way to summon Disaster because Disaster is actually has an insane removal effect. It's if this card is Xyz summoned, you can target up to 4 level 7 Dragon Rulers in your grave and or banishment, attach them, then you can banish all monsters from your opponent's field and graveyard with the same attribute as any of the materials. So it's like, if you can make this on your opponent's turn consistently, it's an insane disruption. Like actually insane disruption. But unfortunately, the only way to really make it on the opponent's turn is this spell card from Alliance Insight. But the deck can't search it. The deck cannot search it, which is kind of a bummer, I think. Because the deck is hyper consistent outside of that. It's like it's a hyper consistent deck because I mean I think it is. I think it's pretty consistent because all you have to do is get to Chasma. But getting to this card is basically impossible. Consistently. You just have to draw it. They need a link one that adds that quick play. I don't know, man. I think this card is not even that powerful, right? If this card was searchable, it's not even that good. It's a quick spell reborn for a Dragon Ruler, and then you can Xyz. But the thing is, yeah, no, that's basically it, right? And it gives you follow up as well. So if the deck centered more around this card, I think it would play more in the way that I would like to play it, which is very, I mean, that is subjective, right? It's just the way I would like the deck to be. Right? But yeah. Disaster also just gets swung over by Desiree. That's the problem, right? This card is not a good win con on its own because it is 4,600. And unfortunately, every single deck in the game right now can actually beat over this, right? I mean, we can take a look at the breakdown here. Malice can easily out the 4,600 towers because they've got access code. Mitsurugi can easily out a 4,600 towers because they all play Dugaris, which can double the attack points. Any Fiendsmith deck can easily out it because Agnum de Desiree is big enough, right? So like, yeah, Mitsurugi, pure Mitsurugi also has the Wosu, yeah, that can also handle it. So it's not a viable win condition against basically any deck in the format right now. But it would have still been a good win condition if you could have made it on your opponent's turn just for the banish effect, right? Because banishing everything on your opponent's field and graveyard could have potentially been good enough. Malice can do double attack from the links. Yeah, Malice has multiple ways. For Malice, it's like you can do access code. You can also do Hard Scripter with 5,000 attack. Yeah, but yeah, that's where I want the tower to be, easy to beat. I mean, yes, I agree. There should be outs to the towers for sure. And I think that would be okay if this card was, if there was a better way to make use of its other effect so you don't just really rely on the towers, right? I don't want to summon this thing on my first turn because on my first turn I don't get any value from the broken part of Disaster's effect, which is the banished one. I think the banished one is the actual good effect. Not the towers effect. But yes, I'm also like, I mean, that's the thing, right? If the tower was not outable in the format right now, then I would also it would also be kind of cringe. But yeah. Okay. Anyways, what I wanted to do now is twofold basically. I want to do two things. I want to yap a little bit about the TCG, about Malice and Mitsurugi format, where I'm at with my personal preparation for national season. I don't feel bad talking about it. I haven't decided on a deck for nationals yet. I'm going to be attending the French National Championship in 2 weeks. And the reason why I don't feel so bad talking about it, or I mean, I'm not leaking the crazy information here, because the format is pretty much divided into 3 categories at the moment, I feel like, and that is Malice, Mitsurugi, and Rogue. Even though I think Rogue is not in a terrible spot right now, there is still like definitely a big quality difference, or a big gap, I think, between Malice, Mitsurugi, and the rest. And when I say Mitsurugi, that includes Mitsurugi Ryziel. I'm aware that Ryziel is still pretty popular in these top cut breakdowns, but the majority of Ryziel decks are together with Mitsurugi, right? Like people have been, I saw people comment on YouTube videos I've made saying like, it's crazy how people are calling it Malice Mitsurugi format when there is more Ryziel in top cut at the YCS in Providence than the other decks, because they combine, in their head, they just combine the numbers for pure Ryziel, Fiendsmith Ryziel, and Mitsurugi Ryziel as one deck, which I think is not representing those decks well. I don't think that is accurate. I think Ryziels are popular, but I think Ryziel Mitsurugi deserves its own category. Like I think Ryziel Mitsurugi is very much its own deck. It's not a pure Mitsurugi deck. It's not a pure Ryziel deck either. Pure Mitsurugi, I've played a little bit of pure Mitsurugi as well over the last couple of days, and I think that deck is also pretty strong, but it does play differently from it definitely plays different from Ryziel Mitsurugi as well. So, you know, people in literally, the thing is, people in chat are now saying like, there's someone who's saying Ryziel Mitsurugi is more Ryziel than Mitsu, and then 2 comments after there's like Mitsu Ryziel is more Mitsu than Ryziel. I think it's a little bit of both worlds. I think it's neither, to be honest. I think it plays very distinctively as its own deck, because both engines can bridge into each other, right? Like you can use, if you start with Mitsurugi, you can do Mitsurugi things, and you also get the Ryziel cards on top, because Mitsurugis can make a rank 4 duo drive. If you start with only Ryziels, you can bridge into Mitsurugi, so it plays very, very differently from either of the independent decks. Like pure Ryziel plays very differently because you don't have Feral Imp into Mitsu combo as a play. And pure Mitsu also plays very differently because you can't do a rank 4 into all the Ryziel cards. But yes. So, that's the baseline of the format right now, and I think the 2 most popular decks by far are Malice and Mitsurugi Ryziel. Pure Mitsurugi has some showing here at the YCS as well. It got 3rd place, but for the most part, most people are playing Ryziel Mitsurugi. Of course, Fiendsmith Mitsurugi is also a deck. Pure Mitsurugi is also a deck, but if I had to put a number on it, I would say like, out of all the Mitsurugi decks, maybe 70% are playing Ryziel cards at this point. And then the other 30 is between Ryziel Fiendsmith, Mitsurugi Fiendsmith, Mitsurugi Pure, and maybe Ogdodic Mitsurugi. That is the one I see the least of. But it's definitely, the majority of Mitsurugi decks are including Ryziel cards at the moment. Yeah. Why are you playing in French Nationals and not in German? Because the German Nationals is on the same weekend as the Master Duel Worlds qualifier, which made me really upset, but it's whatever, I guess. And I really wanted to play German Nationals because I always do that. And but I do really want to play the Master Duel Worlds qualifier, so I had to pick a different one, and I wanted to play one of the big ones. Yeah, so that's why I'm going to France. Yes, so these are the decks to beat, and I mean, I have talked about the obvious ways of beating these decks already, and some of the meta trends, right? Like we've talked about this. The fact that like Molcharmies are finding their ways into main decks at the moment with a lot of numbers. Like people are playing a lot of Molcharmies in the main deck right now, and I think this is something that when I started testing for Nationals, it was something that I I don't think it's a good thing that you have to main deck Molcharmies, basically. I was trying to get away without it, but I have noticed relatively quickly that these two decks, the two biggest decks of the format, Malice and Ryziel Mitsurugi, are basically not... It's not reliable to stop these decks with fair quote-unquote hand traps. I genuinely just don't think it's possible to rely on Effect Veiler, Ghost Ogre, and so on and so forth to stop these decks, simply because, especially the Mitsurugi Ryziel deck, I feel like almost never passes to one hand trap, and if they have the right extender, they don't even pass to two. Like, it's so difficult to stop the full Ryziel package and the Mitsurugi package with hand traps, and the biggest problem is that a lot of these hand traps are only good against one of these two decks, right? Like, for example, I think Effect Veiler is a great example of a card that is not great into either of these decks, but for the most part, Effect Veiler can be okay against Malice, right? Like, there are certainly Malice hands that pass to Effect Veiler, right? Like, if they don't have March Hare in hand or backup Ad Ignister, and they just normal summon Dormouse or White Rabbit and you Veiler it, there is a chance that they pass. Not a good chance, but there is a chance. Against Ryziel Mitsurugi, the chance that Veiler is good enough against them is basically zero. Because against like, if they have the Mitsurugi part of the engine, basically, Veiler does almost nothing against it. And if they have... The only way one Veiler can be enough is if you hit, like, the first Ryziel and they have no extender. Like, literally zero. But if their first Ryziel is X Ryziel, then basically any card in their deck will beat your Effect Veiler, right? Like, you Veiler X Ryziel, they can normal summon a Charmy, they can have Prayers, they can have Habakiri, they can have 7th Tachyon, it doesn't matter. Like, basically any card. All the normal summons for Mitsurugi also play after X Ryziel, so it's like, yeah. Yeah. Can't wait for Duo. The thing is, waiting for Duo Drive is no longer really a thing against Mitsurugi Ryziel, because at that point, you can Veiler the Duo Drive, maybe, which only works if they don't play Star Ryziel, which if they play Star Ryziel holding Veiler or Ghost Ogre or whatever, is just not possible anymore, because the Ryziel combo now sets up Ryziel Cross before Duo Drive, so that doesn't work. Even if your opponent does not play Star Ryziel, which not everyone is playing Star Ryziel, the list that won the YCS is playing Star Ryziel, but not everyone is doing that at the moment. But even if you hold your Effect Veiler for Duo Drive and they don't play Star Ryziel, so the Veiler resolves on the Duo Drive, they still get one other rank 4 out of the Ryziel cards. And if they play Mitsurugi Ryziel, they don't have to go for Detonator and pass. They can make the King of the Feral Imps into Habakiri, and that's full Mitsurugi combo, which is also broken, right? So, like, I felt like cards like Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, so on and so forth, they felt you're hand looping yourself against this deck, right? You're hand looping yourself against Mitsurugi Ryziel, which is why I think cards like Molcharmies and especially against Mitsurugi Ryziel, Droll and Lockbird is one of the few things that can actually reliably stop Ryziel and Mitsurugi, right? Because no other hand trap, no one-on-one hand trap does that. And I think that's why the trend is going towards Droll and Charmies in the main deck, because those are the only hand traps that stop this deck from doing crazy things. And the same is true for Malice, just with the exception that Droll and Lockbird is not as good against Malice, right? Droll and Lockbird is not as good against Malice. And that's the problem with some other tech cards as well that I've seen people use in the YCS. I think Shunping got second at the YCS with Ghost Bell in the deck. I think Ghost Bell is a card that in theory sounds really cool next format. However, I'm not entirely sure how to use it yet. Because this card is potentially one of the few hand traps that actually does well and has solid value and solid targets against both Malice and Mitsurugi. Because against Malice, you can hit GWC, you can hit Whitebinder when it tries to banish 3. Like, those are two very important choke points. You can even, in certain game states, you can negate Bestials, you can negate March Hare on your turn if that's the last thing they have. You can negate, I suppose, the Access Code Talker if it tries to revive in some situations. There's a lot of ways how Ghost Spell can be good against it. The same thing is true for Mitsurugi. The Ghost Spell is pretty strong against a lot of Mitsurugi starters, but it also works on your own turn to stop like the ritual from coming back from the graveyard to pop your board, right? Like they activate prayers, you can negate prayers with Ghost Spell, and then they can't bring back the ritual maybe. But the problem that I found with Ghost Spell in general is the fact that like it doesn't work as the only card, right? It's like if you draw Ghost Spell against Ryziel Mitsurugi and they go for the Ryziel combo, your Ghost Spell will never be enough, right? You basically would have to pair the Ghost Spell with something else that beats that part of their engine. Like basically you'd have to have a Charmy first to then limit what they can do. And then basically if you have, let's say you have Molcharmy Perulia, right? And that kind of incentivizes your Ryziel opponent not to go for the full Ryziel combo. So they have like, they focus on, because the engine that's better against Perulia is Mitsurugi, because Mitsurugi sometimes doesn't even have to give any draws. And so you Perulia them, you disincentivize them from going for Ryziel, so they go for just the Mitsurugi combo. All of a sudden, Bell becomes really strong. And that's the difficulty with using hand traps against this deck, I think, is that it's hard to find ones that are actually useful against the Ryziel and the Mitsurugi portion, because of course Ryziel is known for being good into hand traps, right? Like this is not news. This is not new, this format. Of course, Ryziel's in the Mitsurugi deck make the deck more resilient to all kinds of hand traps, and there's no satisfying hand trap that isn't a lingering one. Like Charmies and Droll are good against this deck, but that's basically it. But that is also where I think you have to look at certain meta trends for the future, because I think at the moment, at least the trend that I'm seeing is that almost everyone is on minimum 3 Charmies, but more likely 6 Charmies, as well as 3 Droll and Lockbird. I mean, the list that won, the Malice list here from Aditya in the top 4 of Providence did not main deck Droll and Lockbird. I personally predict that that's going to change. I'm going to be open about it. My lists all have Droll and Lockbird at the moment. And Droll and Lockbird, to me, feels like a given, because I think at the moment, the trend is going towards Mitsurugi being the more popular deck than Malice. Like, I genuinely, from what I'm seeing at the moment, there's more people experimenting with Mitsurugi than there's people playing Malice. I don't know if that's something that's going to continue. I don't know if that's the same experience that you guys share. I mean, feel free to let me know. But at the moment, I run into so much Mitsurugi whenever I'm testing. And, like, I don't run into as much Malice. They're both still popular, I think. And you do see this from other tournaments as well, where, let's bring up some of the recent national tournaments. Of course, there's still, what's a bigger one? Costa Rica National Championship. Oh, there's not much info on it. Won by Malice, for example, but there's more Mitsurugi here. There's only limited data here. But out of the decks that we do have, there is more Mitsurugi than there is Malice, even though if it's just a 3-2 lead here in the limited amount of data. But like Mitsurugi is rivaling Malice in terms of its numbers as well. And like the deck might also be cheaper. You're saying it's cheaper. I think it depends on the version you play, but I guess March here is a pretty expensive card. Yeah, no, March Hare and Impulse. Like Ryziel Mitsurugi doesn't play Impulse, so like you save a decent amount of money by going for Mitsurugi over Malice. So yeah. I'm no pro, but I've really been happy at locals with 3 Droplet, 3 Metaltronus, 3 Spellcard Monster Reborn. I play Mitsu Ryziel. Metaltronus especially, I think, is criminally underrated, and with the Reborn, you can pick Disrupts their graveyard interruptions plus putting bodies on your board to push. I actually have Spell card Monster Reborn up here as a card I wanted to bring up today. Because we're going to talk about some tech cards versus Mitsurugi. Because everyone knows what kind of cards are good against Malice, because the deck's been around for such a long time. Everyone knows like Lancea, Chaos Hunter, Nibiru is solid, so on and so forth, like the Charmies. Everyone knows this, right? Spell card Monster Reborn is one of the cards that I wanted to bring up. I think it falls into a similar vein as Ghost Bell. I think these two cards are relatively similar, as well as Foolish Return, which is another card that works somewhat similarly. Cards that interact with the graveyard, I think, are pretty valuable in this format, but they all fall under the same category of stuff that I said earlier, where none of these cards, and this is true against both matchups. This is true for the Malice matchup, and it's true for the Mitsurugi matchup. None of these cards are good enough on their own, is the problem. Because in theory, this is what this card is supposed to do. Spell card Monster Reborn is basically a quick play spell Monster Reborn to reborn a monster that can also target your opponent's graveyard. So you can just bring back something from your opponent's grave. And the idea is that both Malice and Mitsurugi, some part of their disruption on the opponent's turn definitely relies on bringing stuff back from your own graveyard. Whether it is bringing back your White Binder with GWC, or banishing your White Binder with March Hare, or using prayers of the Mitsurugi to bring back the ritual monster to blow up your board, that kind of stuff, right? And messing with that is potentially really strong. The problem is, and the problem I see in general with this sort of board breaker only approach, like you're saying Droplet, Middle Tronus, Spellcard Monster Reborn, the problem I feel like is that if you let these decks full combo, there's no way that this is going to be enough, right? For example, Malice, if you let Malice full combo and they play GWC, they're going to have multiple ways to get the White Binder back. So at the point where, let's say they activate GWC and you go, I'm going to chain Spellcard Monster Reborn to that, and target your White Binder, they just go, oh, okay, I'll just chain March Hare to that. And then you didn't really achieve what you were trying to do, right? You still need more cards to do it, as well as against Malice in particular. You let them draw a lot of cards if you let them full combo. So I genuinely thought about this a lot over the last couple of days. I thought about board breaker approaches, because I think there's a lot of good cards like this that can help you break boards, like Spellcard Monster Reborn, Foolish Return, Ghost Bell, whatever. There's a lot of good cards like that, but I have reached a conclusion for this current format that you cannot win going second if you let your opponent just play. I think if you just let your opponent play, you are not winning unless your hand is insane. Like, yes, if you draw, let's say you go ahead and you draw Droplet, Spellcard Monster Reborn, and Metal Tronus, and you have a very strong engine hand, maybe you can do it. But for the most part, you cannot win against these decks if you just let them play completely uninterrupted in game one. So this is why I personally am. If you're doing this, I think this card is absolutely playable, and so is Ghost Bell. But I think you have to use a Charmy beforehand. Basically, I think that is the quote unquote trick to it. I think that's how these cards can work, is if you have a Charmy, and so your opponent cannot go full combo. And then you have one of those cards, because I think that's something that can work against both decks, where you use a Charmy, you incentivize them to not go full combo, and then you have one of those kind of cards to mess with the setup that they do get, and I think that can work. But personally, I don't see myself going to nationals without Charmies at this point. I think Charmies are kind of a necessity, because the ceiling of these two decks and the end boards that they make, and this goes for both decks, I think it's too high. I think the quality and resilience to board breakers that these decks have is crazy. These end boards are too layered. Even if you have, let's say, Super Poly is a great example of a card that's actually good against both of these decks. there's solid targets for both, right? You can you can fuse away like the ritual part, the reptile part of the end board here. Sometimes you can even fuse away the detonator depending on what kind of board they make, even though that's rarer. But like you can maybe hit them with like, especially pure Mitsurugi is weaker to Super Poly because if they end on like, they often end on IP Masquerena plus the Murakumo. That sort of stuff is easy to Super Poly. And Super Poly also is basically always solid against Malice because they end on like they either end on Bomber Dragon or they end on the allied Code Talk, right? I think it remains to be seen what's the more popular version. But like Super Poly is solid in those spots. But then they still have the GWC set, they still have the Prayer set, they still have whatever the Ryziels have done, they still have assembled a lot of cards in hand as well, right? Like the Malice deck, if you let it full combo because you're playing board breakers, they're drawing 2 cards with Chessy Cat. They're drawing what else do they draw with? They draw one with White Binder, and there's one other thing. They can do I guess they can do Lizardos as well, depending on the combo line they choose. If they don't have to lock into Cybers because of Splash Mage or I Meet You, they draw a lot of cards. Essentially, is the thing, and then you were playing against someone who's probably playing Jolden Lockbird, Nibiru, and stuff like that, and then they're gonna have that in their hand, and then you use board breakers, and then you're not gonna be able to do that, right? Yeah, long story short, this is definitely not a board breaker format. We're gonna do a non-engine tier list in a second, but I just wanted to have a more like structured discussion rather than just a tier list. We're gonna do non-engine tier list in a second. There's a couple of cards that I want to bring up if you have issues with Ryziel Mitsurugi going first in particular, because people, I think this deck is one of the best decks at going second in this format in general. And so I think some people will probably struggle going first into Ryziel Mitsurugi because the deck obviously plays a lot of Charmies themselves. So I think playing non-engine for going first is important because you cannot rely on your engine always getting there. You cannot rely on your engine always getting there when you're going first. I mean, unless your engine is immune to Charmies, but most engines, most decks care about some Charmy at some point, right? So like just saying like, oh, I don't need anything for going first when everyone is playing so many Charmies, I think is kind of like weird. Because especially, I mean, people are going to run into this problem that like if you're main decking 3 to 6 or even more Charmies, that you have to side them out going first as well. So like you need cards that you can put into your deck when you're going first because you want to take out the Charmies, of course. One card that I've seen people play already, I don't think it's I'm not leaking like huge goo here, but I do think it's a little bit spicy, and I do want to explain why I think this card could actually be better than Dimensional Barrier against Mitsurugi Ryziel, and that card is Mischief of the Gnomes. I think this card is very, very powerful against Mitsurugi Ryziel. I don't know if everyone is familiar with this card, but this turn, reduce the levels of all monsters in each player's hand by 1, even after they're summoned or set. You can banish this card from the graveyard. This turn, reduce the levels of all monsters in each player's hand by 1, even after they're summoned or set. So this card basically has the same effect twice, and it reduces all monsters by 1, even for the rest of the turn if they are added to the hand after this card has resolved, right? So let's say you activate this card, it goes to the graveyard, it has resolved, your opponent normal summons Sword Ryziel. That Sword Ryziel is a level 3 monster. And then they can use that Sword Ryziel to add an X Ryziel from their deck to their hand, but that X Ryziel is still a level 3 monster, even if you summon it out, right? So, and the reason why that is, in my opinion, better than Dimensional Barrier, because Dimensional Barrier is obviously good against Mitsurugi because you can call Ritual, and it's good against Ryziel because you can call Xyz. The problem is you have to decide between the two. You have to basically be like, okay, I'm going to call XYZ here, so you can't go into any of the Ryziel cards. But then your opponent is still playing a very powerful Mitsurugi engine, right? And they can still summon X Ryziel to dump Aggregator, to negate one of your cards, to break your board a little bit. So the Ryziel cards will still do something for them. And then they just hit you with the full force of the Mitsurugi cards. On the other hand, if you call Ritual, you're still playing against a deck with Ryziel cards, right? And so that's a problem. Now, this card covers both, and I'll tell you why it covers both. This is a very particular instance where you gotta actually look at the Mitsurugi cards in detail to understand why this card is so powerful. And the reason here is the text on Mitsurugi Ritual. The way Mitsurugi Ritual is worded is Ritual summon a reptile ritual monster from your deck by tributing reptile monsters from your hand or field whose total level equal the level of the ritual monster. Keep this in mind, and the other effect is this. The other part of the effect is the same. They have to exactly match the level. You cannot overpay for Mitsurugi Ritual. You cannot pay level 9 total to summon a level 8. The reason why that's so broken with Mischief of the Gnomes is the following thing, right? You can actually it's almost impossible to perform a ritual summon if you're under Mischief of the Gnomes with Mitsurugi Ritual. Because if you're trying to summon a ritual monster from your hand, the ritual monster in your hand is level 7. If the ritual monster is level 7 in your hand, the problem is you cannot match level 7 with any of the cards in your deck, no matter how you combine them, because all the reptiles you play are level 4 or level 8. You cannot make it equal 7. It's not possible. The other way around, if you want to summon a ritual from the deck and you want to tribute from your hand, you cannot do the... If you normal summon a guy, it becomes 3. It's a 3 in hand already. What do you mean? 3 plus 4 equals 7? Okay, you need 2... Wait, 3 plus 4 equals... And where's the 4 coming from? From deck? Yeah, okay, I said basic. I said almost impossible. That's a 3-card combo. To summon one ritual, and then what? Dude, I think you're just trying to speak to make sound. Where was I? It's not impossible to perform a ritual summon, but it becomes super awkward for the deck. If you have the ritual monster in your hand, it's level 7. It's really hard to combine from the deck unless you have a Mitsurugi monster in your hand. So like, and at that point, you're not even getting much out of it because you're tributing the not great stuff and you're summoning like Habakiri from hand probably. Like Habakiri can do it in theory if you have another Mitsurugi card alongside it. Then you can perform one ritual summon of Habakiri. But it turns the deck from incredibly broken into super awkward. And you can't do any Ryziel combos either unless you draw specifically... No, even Ice Ryziel. What does Ice Ryziel do? Because Ice Ryziel you normal summon as a level 3. You normal summon Ice Ryziel as a level 3. The one you summon from deck is now level 4. And you can't even search with X Ryziel because you have a level 3 on the board, so you have to summon Sword. Ice summon node, link it into Haggard, revive Ice. Yeah. But then you need another monster to link with the Ice Ryziel, right? You need to bring back a Mitsu with Prayers from Grave. Yeah. So basically, I think this card makes it almost impossible for your opponent to play their deck properly. I think it definitely has less play compared to D-Barrier. And I think the craziest part about it, I think, is that it works over 2 turns. So if you get hand trapped to death, if you get charmied to death, it's just like you set this, you activate it, your opponent can barely play their deck, and that's for 2 turns. The only card that plays around this a little bit is this card, because Mitsurugi Mirror, which the Mitsurugi Ryziel decks are not even playing. This is only something that pure Mitsurugi can do. The Mitsurugi Mirror does allow you to overpay. This one does say equal or exceed the level. So like if you have Mitsurugi Mirror, you can do things with it potentially. And you can also perform a ritual summon with like if you have 2 ritual monsters in hand, because they're going to be the same level. But the thing is, they have 1 play then, pretty much. Beansmith also doesn't care about Gnome. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it auto-wins you the game on the spot, but I do think it's a very high-value card. I think it's a higher value card than D-Barrier, and I think it's a higher value card than Solemn Strike or Solemn Judgment. Because Solemn Strike and Solemn Judgment, at least, or Solemn Warning as well, when I played those, they weren't bad, of course. I mean, Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, Solemn Judgment, if you go first, they're always good cards. But I feel like the likelihood that your opponent just has the extender to play through it is quite high. The only, I guess the only problem is that this card is only for that matchup, right? Whereas like Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, and so on, they would be good for other matchups. So it's not, I'm not saying this card has to go in every side deck. I'm just trying to bring it up because I think it's actually incredibly scary if you're playing Mitsurugi Ryziel. Because we've just talked about how one core problem with this deck, or one core strength of this deck, of why it is so powerful, is that it has the power of the Mitsurugi cards and the Ryziel cards combined, and it's very hard to find cards that tackle both sides of the problem, right? Like that's basically my point, is like sometimes you have a way to stop the Ryziel cards, but then they activate Habakiri and they just go crazy. Or maybe you have a way to stop that, but then the Ryziel cards get you. I think it's very hard to cover both sides, and I think this card is one of the few cards that actually does it. How do we get Mischief in Graveyard turn 0? That's the crazy part, right? It does technically work on the first turn of the game if you're going second. So if you're playing, I think if you're playing Labyrinth with Furnitures, you absolutely have to play this card. This card is insane in Furniture Labyrinth, because all of a sudden it works going first and second if you play Furniture. Like, unfortunately, I don't think Furniture Labyrinth is an option for me personally. I don't think it's good enough overall. But if you're playing that deck, I think this card goes into it. I think it goes into it. So I think this card is at least interesting to look at for the Mitsurugi matchup going first. Of course, it doesn't really help going second is the problem, unless you play like, you could play, well, okay, what's the thing? You can do Rescue Ace Impulse, I guess. Imagine you go Rescue Ace Impulse, summon Fire Attacker, and then discard Mischief of the Gnomes. But then at this point, it's already, maybe it's too late already because they already have like Ryziels on the board. I don't know. Well, yeah. So on the one hand, what I found when I was testing this format was I found it relatively frustrating that I feel like a requirement to even be able to play going second is if you open very specific hand traps. Like, I don't think cards like Ash or Imperm or Nibiru even count as those kind of cards. Like, a Nibiru going second does not guarantee that you will be playing the game against neither of these decks, unless your opponent doesn't know their lines. But Ryziel, Mitsurugi, and Malice, if they have solid hands, they basically play through Nibiru like it's nothing. The reason why Nibiru is still here is because it pairs well with other hand traps. Like if you have Nibiru with Imperm, or Nibiru with Ash, or Nibiru with Impulse, or Nibiru after a Charmy, suddenly it becomes interesting. But alone, Nibiru is pretty weak, as it has been for a while now. I think another key point about Nibiru is it's also one of the best hand traps to draw going first, because if you make even a small board and Nibiru behind it, it's pretty strong. But like, I felt like for the most part, drawing a Charmy or Droll and Lockbird in the case of Mitsurugi Ryziel was a requirement for the game to be playable going second, which is pretty annoying. On the other hand, I guess a little bit of a positive note is that I did feel like if you had a Charmy or a Droll and Lockbird, the games were actually surprisingly solid after, because both of these decks, like, when you activate a Charmy against both of these decks, it's not like they fold. It's not like Yubel, where they just go Phantom of Yubel and pass and they can't do anything and you just kill them and it doesn't even feel that rewarding because all you did was activated a Fuvalos and they couldn't play the game. Both Mitsurugi Raziel and Malice can actually play under the Charmies a decent amount, always depending on your hand and which Charmy is used against you. It's more so like, it feels like the Charmies just force your opponent to play normal Yu-Gi-Oh, right? It feels like when you're playing against Malice or Raziel Mitsurugi, what you're saying to them is like, you know what? I'm going to use this Charmy just so we play an actual game of Yu-Gi-Oh. And that's what it feels like. It's annoying that that's the requirement right now against these two decks when you're going second. But it does feel like if you use a Charmy, you play actual good games afterwards for the most part. It doesn't feel like you use a Charmy and you auto-win. It feels like you still have to work for it because both decks can still play under the Charmies. They just can't go for their full combo unless they want to give you a bunch of cards, I guess. I have seen people talk about this possibility. I have seen people mention that Malice has such a strong end board that you could theoretically push through the Charmies. I think in practice, you're not going to do that because your opponent, I mean, you expect your opponent to be playing Nibiru, first of all, as well as other hand traps. So I don't think people are just going to push into Charmies like it's nothing. I think most people are going to go for like more simplistic, let's say, Cryptor plus 07 setups or something like that. I think that's more likely the case, that they give you like 1 or 2 cards to arrive at that point and then just call it a day. And then maybe have like 1 or 2 hand traps behind it. And all of a sudden you're playing a normal game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? Same with Raziel Mitsurugi. Instead of doing everything, right? Instead of doing cross, duo drive, detonator, full Mitsu combo, whatever. This deck even plays Ouroboros, I guess, so you can hand loop with Eclipse Twins and stuff. Instead of doing all that, they maybe go like detonator pass or detonator field spell pass or maybe detonator Murakumo pass, depending on which Charmy it was, right? So it's like, and then you get cards in exchange. So like your opponent's end board gets weaker and you get like 2 or 3 cards, maybe 2 cards on top. So you now play into a weaker board and you have more cards. So it kind of balances out. So yeah, I actually felt like in testing, the games that were played under Charmies were better than the games that were played without Charmies. So that's why that's why I think the Charmies are okay. The only annoying thing about Charmies is that you're playing dead cards when you're going first. But I do think these decks are probably powerful enough going first that they can use Charmies. I think Meowls is the weird one of the bunch because most people are currently side decking some amount of Molcharmy Meowls. I have seen people main deck Molcharmy Meowls as well. And initially I thought that was mainly targeting Malice. Which it does. I mean, it does target Malice quite heavily, Molcharmy Meowls. I don't know if I would recommend playing more than Purulia and Fuva in the main deck, because that is like an absurd amount of Charmies to draw when you're going first, but maybe it's okay. I don't know. The reason why I've kind of changed my mind on Meowls in particular is that I don't think it is that targeted at Malice. I think you will be surprised how many other decks you can hit with Meowls. And also, Meowls is actually really good against Mitsurugi if you hold it until your own turn. Because what I found is that, like, when I go second into Mitsurugi and you use Meowls on the first turn of the game, it's like fine, maybe a little bit annoying, not super good though, because they can play around it. However, on your turn, if you Meowls them and then you have a strong engine hand and you play into their board, all of a sudden that Meowls gives you so many draws if they play their deck properly, right? Like this deck, on your turn, the things that it can do are like, especially against Mitsurugi Pure, is crazy, right? They have prayers to revive. They have the ritual effect in the grave that they want to bring back. If they play the other ritual, the Futsu, that also revives them off the graveyard, so you get more out of that. If it's the Ryziel version, then they like Eclipse Twins want to revive with that as well. So like there's a lot of stuff that they do that they want to summon from the graveyard. So Molcharmy Meowls makes it really hard for them to interrupt you properly, because it's basically like, if I want to interrupt my opponent with Mitsurugi, they draw another card. So every time they stop you, you draw more cards. So I think that's interesting, at least. The only problem with that, once again, is that it doesn't work if it's your only card for the matchup, right? Like if you only draw Meowls against Mitsurugi, it's not going to be enough. But yeah. They can negate it with the Omni Trap. They can, but if you think about that, like a Molcharmy Meowls on your own turn, forcing the trap is, I feel like that showcases how powerful it is in some ways, right? Because that, in order for like baiting an Omni Negate trap with a hand trap that is technically only supposed to be good going second on the opponent's turn, is like, that's pretty solid. Because that also means that you can draw Molcharmy Meowls for a turn and it's still useful because it baits the counter trap. You can draw in a very exaggerated scenario. Let's say you have drawn, let's say you have two Charmies already, like Purulia and Fuvalos, right? And you use them both. And maybe your opponent negates one of them with Ash Blossom and then still plays. And off of the other Charmy that resolved, you draw Meowls. Normally that would suck because you've already used two Charmies, you can't use it anymore. But you can just hold Meowls for your turn and still have value from it. So that's good. That's a big deal, I think, for Molcharmy Meowls. So I think Molcharmy Meowls is good. I think the question is just how many Charmies are you willing to main deck? I mean, we're looking at these different decks, and I'm not giving you any groundbreaking news right now that Charmies are good in this format. I'm just talking more and more about, I'm trying to explain why that's the case, maybe, and how many exactly you should run. I think that is just, I think it's very, it's up to you, basically, how important you think it is to win game one when you lose the dice roll, right? Like, if you want to make sure to have the max chances when you're going second, of course, you would do something like 9 Charmies. You could do that. However, the problem is you're going to be drawing those when you're going first a lot, and you do kind of have to respect your opponent's Charmies as well. So that means if you go first and you have 1 or 2 Charmies in hand and your opponent Charmies you, all of a sudden you're in a really awkward spot because you have basically 2 dead cards in your hand if you start playing, but you also can't go full combo because your opponent has Charmied you. Like, yeah, I don't know. To me, this format, much more than Mitsurugi Malice format, I would almost like to call this format Molcharmy format, because the interactions with the Charmies are so important, I think, right now. Yeah. The thing is, you're gonna have these Charmies if you have access to them, of course, because Purulia and Meowls are still pretty expensive. It's funny how Fuva is the cheapest one all of a sudden. But if you have access to the Charmies, I think you're going to be playing all 9 between your main and side deck. Personally, that's how I feel. I think that's what I'm going to do at Nationals. I don't know exactly how I'm going to split it, but I do think there's likely going to be all 9 Charmies between main and side deck, because I just don't feel like the top 2 decks in the format are just not stoppable by other hand traps. That's just a fact. Like, it's just the fact that the Malice and the Mitsurugi deck are not reliably stopped by any hand traps other than Charmies. And then Droll and Lockbird sometimes for Ryziel Mitsurugi. But the truth about Droll and Lockbird is actually that it is pretty solid against the Mitsurugi deck, and it should probably be in your deck somewhere, either main deck or side deck. But Droll and Lockbird is still not auto-win against this deck as much as you would want it to be. Because, there are some hands that genuinely don't care. Coach Z-Man, thank you for the prime. There's genuinely some hands in this deck that don't really care about Droll and Lockbird, which is particularly the ones where they open Mitsurugi Prayers. If they go Mitsurugi Prayers in draw phase, and they tribute a ritual monster for it or something, that's crazy. If they open Ice into Star, set cross, that's also crazy, right? So like Droll Lockbird is not an auto win against this deck as much as people are maybe saying it is or maybe expecting it to be. It definitely has games where it doesn't feel that good to have Droll in your hand. I think Droll, ironically, is at its best in this format when you're going first, because it has multi-purpose depending on the deck you're playing. Sometimes you can Droll Lockbird your opponent's Charmy. Like if you're playing a deck that can Droll itself without losing too much of its combo, I think Drolling yourself, I think is okay. Like Malice, for example, is a deck that you can consider main decking Droll because it has that multi-purpose where you can Droll on your own turn. Or maybe like the Life Twin Fiendsmith deck. Yeah, I haven't played much with that one yet, but that deck sounds like it can probably Droll itself if it gets Fuvad. So that's a good argument for Droll Lockbird if you want to be using it going first. But like more importantly, I think Droll Lockbird becomes really broken when you are going first and you make a board, even if it's a half board. All of a sudden, your Mitsurugi opponent cannot play through it because you Droll them behind it. And that's also, I think that's also somewhat the case with Malice. I think Malice also cares about Droll Lockbird a little bit, especially when you're playing into a board. When you're just looking at going first lines with Malice, Droll Lockbird is usually not very good against it. But when you are playing into a board, I think sometimes it really matters that you cannot use MTP07 to break a board. You can't use backup Ad Ignister. You can't use the red ransom to add. You can't draw off of White Binder. When you're playing into a board, missing out on most of those, I think that can matter. I do think going first, Droll is not very good against Malice. Like when they go first, it doesn't hurt them enough. But when they play into a board and you have other disruptions with it, I think it actually does matter. Especially if they start with cards like Terraforming or I Meet You, which is some of their starters depending on the list, then I think Droll Lockbird is interesting. Thoughts on Mistaken Arrest? Mistaken Arrest is a good side deck card, similar to Mischief of the Gnomes. The question in that case is just, do you want to play a card that is just targeted at Mitsurugi and nothing else in your side deck? But yes, Mistaken Arrest is basically also very powerful and could be a similar quality as Mischief of the Gnomes as well. I could see that being the case. Yeah. So, yeah. That's that. All right. Why don't we go ahead and talk about these in a little bit more detail and put them into some context here, because I did want to make a non-engine tier list for this format. Of course, with all that out of the way, we've already talked about the basics, and I do want to establish the basics at the start here. I'm not a fan of like holding the big hitters until the end of the tier list or something like that. We're just going to establish a baseline of what the format is. Of course, Ryziel, Mitsurugi, and Malice are the big decks at the moment, and we've already talked about it plenty of times, why those two decks don't really get stopped by fair hand traps, quote unquote. And we'll of course evaluate some of these fair hand traps later and talk about which ones are maybe still somewhat okay and which ones are bad. But I want to establish as a baseline that for that reason, I believe the Molcharmies to be top tier hand traps in this format, and I think that goes for all three. Now, I have stopped doing a split on this tier list for main deck and side deck. That is just something I'm going to mention whenever we get to the specific card. Like, I'm just going to talk about, I like this in the main deck for this reason, or I would only side deck it for that reason, so on and so forth. In case of Charmies, I think all three of these are main deckable at the moment. I have a hard time even saying which one the best one is, because they all have their pros and cons. I think Molcharmy Meowls is very reliable against Malice. However, against Mitsurugi, the problem of this card is that it doesn't stop the Ryziels from really working. I mean, there's some stuff of the Ryziel deck that cares about it, like Eclipse Twins or Node Ryziel, but for the most part, the Ryziel part does not give you that reliable draw power from Molcharmy Meowls. But Perulia is like not as good against Malice, especially if they don't need to go through backup. Like if they just resolve the one card White Rabbit or whatever, like you don't really care about Perulia. So I think I think Fuva is the one that's the most consistently stopping people from doing the full thing. But Purulia has great value against Ryzeals as well. So I think it's between these two. In general, I think the most decks should be maining at least 2 different Charmies at the moment. I don't know if you should go all the way and play all 3, but I think between main and side deck, if you have access to these cards, I think they should be there. How many you main deck also depends on, like, I mean, I think it's personal preference because the cards are inherently only really good when you're going second. So 50% of the time, if you win the dice roll, these cards are not very useful, which I think makes it so that you don't want to play too many, but you definitely want to play enough, I think, that it's realistic for you to draw at least 1 when you're going second, which I think the right number for this, statistically, to have a solid chance to open at least 1 is like 5 copies of the card. So I think roughly 5 is where you're looking to be at minimum. More than 5, I think, is personal preference. If you rather be a little bit safer going second than going first, then I think more than 5 is okay. I think 5 is like where I would settle as a minimum, which is kind of goes to show how strong these cards are. Duel and Lockbird. Duel and Lockbird is an interesting card that is caught in between the 2 best decks here, and it puts itself into a really weird position for a couple of reasons. Now, Duel and Lockbird is pretty strong against Mitsurugi Ryzeal, and I say pretty strong, and I intentionally am not saying broken or super powerful, because there are hands in that deck that don't really care about it that much. You know, we've talked about it. Sometimes you do prayers and draw phase, and you play around Droll super easily. Sometimes you start with Ice Ryzeal, summon Star Ryzeal, set the field spell without even adding, and then you can negate Droll and Lockbird. So, like, there's ways for the deck to play around it. That's the one thing. Like, the deck it's supposed to target, it does not even auto-win against all the time. The other thing is Malice. This is probably one of the weaker hand traps into Malice. It is not useless because the deck has draw power. The deck does search a little bit, so you will stop them from doing some things in the Malice deck, but overall, Duel and Lockbird is not that great into Malice. The thing is, and also another thing that I don't love about Duel and Lockbird is that it clashes with the Charmies, right? Like, if you have Charmies in your deck, 5 of them or more, using Duel and Lockbird feels kind of bad. It feels so bad to use Purulia, and then your opponent normal summons, and you feel like you want to draw them after, like, their normal summon adds something or whatever, and that's awkward. You know, that's very awkward sometimes. However, I'm still going to put Duel and Lockbird in very solid. I think it should probably be in your deck somewhere, whether it's main or side deck. I think it's personal preference. I think the card is completely valid to main deck if you are scared of Ryzeal Mitsurugi, which is a reasonable deck to be scared of. And I think the reason why the card is still very solid is it's just the next best thing. Like, if we had another card that functioned like the Charmies, we would play it over Duel and Lockbird, I think. But Droll is that card. Like, Droll is that card that is the next best thing after the Charmies. And the more important part with Droll and Lockbird is also the fact that it's better than Charmies going first. Because for some decks going first, it means that we are in a Charmy format. You can Droll yourself to stop your opponent's Charmies, depending on what deck you're playing. Some decks can do that. If your deck can do that, I would highly advise playing Droll in the main deck. I think that's a very important point. Like, if you're playing, for example, if you're playing Malice or you're playing Live Twin Fiendsmith, I think being able to Droll yourself and stop the opponent's Charmies, I think is important. Yeah. Is stopping Malice from drawing 3 even bad? It's not bad, but the problem is it's not enough. Like, it's you are getting value from the card, but if you still lose the game, why did it matter? And the thing is, most of the Malice combos under Droll are still very powerful. So, like, that's why Droll alone is not great. Maybe Droll plus Nibiru or something is good against Malice, because then they can't really extend properly and, like, do that. Like, I've seen some games where the fact that Droll was active really mattered, because they set MTP7, because everyone has cut TB11, right? So like if they don't play TB11 and they go for the 07 and then they get rolled, or they get rolled beforehand and you nib them, they can't chain the 07 to dodge the nib, right? With the link monster, for example. Yeah. And on top of all that, Droll and Lockbird I think is one of the best hand traps to have behind a board. Like if you make a board and you droll your opponent, especially if they're playing Mitsu or Ryziel, I think that just cooks. So I think Droll and Lockbird is strong. Still overall. And should probably be at least in your side deck. Once again, it could also just be the fact that you side deck it for Mitsurugi specifically, and you maybe side deck it for when you know you can go first and you're afraid of Charmies. But I do think it's definitely one of the more solid ones. Nibiru is solid. Nibiru is pretty good right now. I think it fulfills a somewhat similar role to Droll and Lockbird, actually, where it's never, or like almost never, good enough on its own. And that is the one thing that kind of sucks about Nibiru. But the card is really strong when you pair it with basically anything, or when you go first, right? Like when you go first with Nibiru, and you make a board, even a half board. Let's say you get Charmied and you can't do your full combo, but you can still do something, and then you have a Nibiru behind it. Very good. If your opponent is playing into Charmies, Nibiru is sometimes also very strong, because your opponent is already basically holding back. They don't want to extend too much, so they maybe do like a minimalistic board. Then you nib them, and so they're left without anything, and so they now have to keep pushing and give you more draws to still end on a suboptimal board. So I think Nibiru is quite strong right now, even though it does not always function on its own. It does rely on other cards or your opponent to misplay, but for the most part, I think Nibiru is pretty strong. And I rate Nibiru slightly higher than Droll and Lockbird, because I think Nibiru is like a better pairing with the Charmies. So at the point where I have a Charmy in my hand, I would much rather have a Nibiru than a Droll and Lockbird, and that's why I'm rating this one a little bit higher. In most cases, you will still at the moment see both of these cards in most players' decks, right? Sometimes the Drolls are main decked, sometimes the Drolls are side decked. The Nibiru is usually main decked. Both of these are pretty good right now. And that's, I think, the baseline. So with this, I think this being like the high impact hand traps out of the way. Of course, there's other high impacts that are more specific, like Lancia, we're going to get to later. But for the most part, this is the hand traps. I think these 5 are format defining at the moment. Dude, I once again forgot to add the Dominus cards in. It's fine. These are like the... Hold up, let me add the Dominus cards. I'll add that. That bothers me. Hold up. Dominus Impulse. Can I just add them to an existing tier list? Beep, beep, beep. Dominus Impulse. Dominus Purge. If I just add these two now, will it work? Will it reset the thing? No, I just added them. Okay, perfect. Wonderful. I added the Dominus cards. Nice. Saved. All right, where was I? Okay, no. This, in my opinion, is the baseline of the format. Charmies, Nib, and Droll is what I would expect from most decks. And I think this already goes to show where we're at with the format right now, because cards like Ash and Imperm, we're going to talk about them in a second, but they are not nearly as staple as they used to be maybe during Snake Eye format. The defining non-engine of this format is these cards, and that goes to show how strong Malice and Mitsurugi are at the moment, and how difficult it is to stop them with those kind of hand traps. Still, some of these other cards here have room in this format, because most importantly as well, when you're playing a lot of Charmies, you kind of have to be drawing meaningful cards with them. Because if you just draw more like normal summons or whatever in your Malice deck, and your opponent still does a combo board, somewhat combo board, you still might not be able to beat it. So you need some other cards to pair with these cards to actually work. Same is true with Duel and Lockbird. Most decks still make a board with Duel and Lockbird that you either want to stop or break somehow. So that's why I think that's where these other cards come in. But I do think this is a good baseline to understand where we're at with the format, basically. Because what this tells us, essentially, is that for the most part, you cannot let these decks full combo, because they will beat you if they full combo. That's why Charmies are necessary. That's why Charmies are top tier. Ash Blossom. I think Ash Blossom is weird right now. I'll say it up front. I think Ash Blossom is a weird card right now. I don't like that most decks are still forced to play Ash Blossom. And that's why it's still solid, is because it answers the Charmies. And this is weird because Ash Blossom defensively, I found one of the weaker hand traps in the format. I thought Ash Blossom felt very mediocre when I was going second and I was using it as a hand trap. Like, the chances of you stopping a Ryziel Mitsurugi deck or a Malice deck with Ash Blossom are so small. So small. Here's where Ash Blossom shines. Ash Blossom has great utility. As such, it can stop Molt Charmies, for example, when you're going first. But that's just one thing, right? Also, Ash Blossom suddenly starts to feel relevant when you're going second if you use it after a Charmy, maybe. Right? Like when your opponent is under a Molt Charmy and then starts playing, and then you Ash some of their plays, right? That can feel good. Or sometimes against Mitsurugi, you can hold Ash Blossom for your turn to Ash Blossom the prayers that they have set to bring back the Murakumo, for example. Just one thing that you can do with Ash Blossom going second as well. Ash is still a good card, but not for the typical hand trap reasons, I think. It has high value targets in the format, but it's not really, I think Ash is more of a go first card than go second card at this point. So if your deck wants that, you can still very much play Ash. And I mean, look, it's Ash Blossom. There's always a chance that it works when you're going second, right? There's always a small chance that your opponent activates Bonfire, you Ash it, and they pass. That happens. You know, the chance is small, but it exists, right? And I think that's the reason why a lot of people are still using Ash Blossom and why I think it's okay to use Ash Blossom. But I don't think it's as top tier as it's been in past formats, right? Like there's no similar choke point in this format like there was, let's say, before Ryziel got Star Ryziel, and you could just Ash the Duo Drive, or during Snake Eye format when you could just Ash original Sinful Spoils, and that was a huge choke point. If you paired it with one other hand trap, that was usually good. In this format, Ash is weaker when you're going second, but it is still very versatile, can hit Charmies. Good card, not a given though. If you're struggling going second and your deck is fine going first, I think Ash Blossom is a card to look at to cut. Like if you're looking for more impactful hand traps going second, there is more impactful hand traps than Ash Blossom. So that's something. If you notice you struggle going second, you might look at Ash Blossom and be like, I might take that out. Imperm. Imperm and Valor, I guess we can talk about these together, are two cards that have been played just a little bit. Honestly, I think Valor is as low as it's been in like the last 2 years, maybe. Where Valor just felt so, maybe it's even mid. I don't know. Valor does not feel great. Imperm feels a little bit better than Valor. I think Imperm has some reasons to be played over Effect Valor. The main thing with Imperm is that you can draw it off the top and it can help. Like, that's, I think, a big deal. When you draw an Imperm off of a Charmy, you can decide to hold it for your own turn and use it on whatever they decide to end on under the Charmy, for example. You can't do that with Valor. Imperm is also much better if it's paired with the Dominus cards. I feel like that is one of the reasons why a lot of people are even still playing Imperm, is because they are playing it with Dominus cards so that it can pop something, which can definitely be relevant in certain circumstances. Like if you have an Imperm in the graveyard Dominus Impulse suddenly destroying the March here in your opponent's hand, I think is a relevant feature of the card, you know. But I still think Imperm, as far as the hand trap qualities go, it's definitely below all these other ones. And if you're looking for straight up the best cards to win going second, I think Imperm is also not really it. And now for the rest, we're basically just zooming through a lot of different options where a lot of these cards are going to be viable. Most of these cards are not good on their own. They need stuff to pair with, or they are basically, a lot of these cards are only good after a Charmy. That's going to be the case with a lot of the board breakers, especially. Like if you've wondered this, I want to say this about board breakers in general. I think board breakers are not horrible right now because the boards that decks make are actually like, it's weird because the reason why you need hand traps at the moment is not because decks are making boards that you cannot play into. The problem is that both Mitsurugi and Malice, when they set up, are basically impossible to kill, and their follow-up is impossible to survive. So, like, it's not like the Malice end board, for example, does, like, negate everything you do. It doesn't. It doesn't negate all the stuff you do. It just messes with you a little bit. You know, there's like maybe there's an Allied Code Talker negate here, and a White Binder banish there. Maybe there's a Bomber Dragon that blows up your board. Then we have like a non-target banish here. Maybe a non-engine from your hand. Like you can play into it, but the follow-up is always gonna murder you, right? Because if you let them play, they're gonna set up March Hare in hand, banish the White Binder. White Binder comes back, banishes whatever, brings it all back to field, back to hand, and like once they're set up, you're done, right? And that's why the requirement for board breakers is basically still to be played with Charmies. You never outgrind a Malice board, and you basically never kill through a Malice board, right? Because their board is just too resilient to that. Yes, so that's basically what we're evaluating these cards by. That also, in my opinion, means that most board breakers at most can be situational. I'm gonna put Evaler in mid actually. So like cards like Duster, right? Duster, Lightning Storm, and Heavy Storm for whatever it's worth, right? I think are side deck cards, definitely, that you can play, and they are okay. They have applications in almost any matchup, right? Even against Mitsurugi Raizel, you know, a Duster or a Lightning Storm can work. You force out Solemns, right? A lot of people are playing Solemn Warning, Solemn Strike, even Solemn Judgment you can force. People set up Raizel Cross, Malice sets up traps in the back row. A lot of people are still playing Imperm. Some people might set Dominus cards because they don't want to be locked by them. People might set Cult by the Grave if they didn't have a great target for it. All that stuff happens, and Lightning Storm and Duster are good in those scenarios. The reason why it's still situational, in my opinion, is because you still don't win if your opponent goes full combo. So it's like, yes, if you go ahead and you have a Charmy before the Duster, it's good. It definitely is good, I think. Because then you also cover for your opponent's non-engine in the form of like Solemns and stuff like that, and that's great. And you can take away whatever they set up, and that's good. But alone, it doesn't do enough. But I think those cards are solid. Here is a category of cards. Let's actually group these together that I find very interesting in the current format that I wanted to bring up. Ghost Bell is the probably most played one at the moment, and I'm going to call it solid as well. I think Ghost Bell is very interesting. And that's because I think Ghost Bell is very, very solid against both Malice and Mitsurugi. And that's hard for a hand trap to actually do right now because most hand traps are not good against both decks. Most hand traps are only good against one of the two. Like, for example, Ash Blossom is significantly better against Mitsurugi than it is against Malice. The reason why I still rate Ghost Bell lower than Ash is because it can't stop Charmies. But like Ghost Bell, either on your opponent's turn or on your turn, has a lot of high value targets. You can hit GWC, you can hit Malice in Underground, you can hit Allied Code Talker to get the Link monsters back, you can hit Mitsurugi Prayers, both on their turn and on your turn, which is very neat. Like sometimes you can just stop the prayers on your turn from bringing back the ritual monster, and that can just be good. Sometimes I've had games against Mitsurugi where I used Nibiru, and they played around Nibiru by leaving a Mitsurugi ritual on the field that can still bring itself back from the grave. So I just Nibiru'd them and then used Bell on the revive effect, which was cool. So just in general, cards that mess with the graveyard are pretty good against both decks, I think. And that includes two interesting options here. Spell card, Monster Reborn, and Foolish Return are two cards that are basically kind of like a Bell Light, right? Because I think Bell is the most solid one because it can be used as a hand trap, but these two are pretty solid as well. So in case you're not familiar with either of these cards, because I guess they're not the most common ones, Spell card, Monster Reborn is a quick play spell, Monster Reborn essentially, that revives a monster from either graveyard, but you cannot use its effects, but that's fine. What you do with this card is when your opponent tries to revive Whitebinder or tries to banish Whitebinder, you take the Whitebinder. If your opponent tries to bring back the ritual monster in Mitsurugi, you take you take the ritual monster. Unfortunately, you can't blow up their board because you cannot use the effect of the ritual monster, but still, taking away their ritual is basically pretty strong. You also can't attack with it, yes. The same is with Foolish Return. Foolish Return just, instead of summoning it, shuffles it back into the deck, which I think against Malice can actually be an upside. Because the Whitebinder going back into their extra deck is better for you than the Whitebinder going to your field and then later on back to their grave. Because, like, if it goes to the grave, that's potentially very scary for follow-up reasons. But I think all three of these cards are interesting for this format. Bell, Spellcard Monster Reborn, Foolish Return. They fall under the exact same category, though. If that's the only thing you have, if you let them full combo, those cards are not going to save you. But they are solid, and I think they're interesting. Retaliating Sea is, in my opinion, very close to being good against Mitsurugi. Because it's actually somewhat frustrating, because a lot of the Mitsurugi still work in Banished. And the problem is basically that they can just blow this thing up with the Murakumo. You would get the search, right? You would get the search off of Retaliating Sea. The problem is there's no good target for it. We obviously, luckily, don't have Max C, but all the other, if there was another C that was good against Mitsurugi, I could see it. I think the way things currently are, this card is probably not useful against it. Yeah. Magnamut stands for Bestials in general. I think Bestials are somewhat underrated at the moment because I think people went into this format thinking that for the most part, Malice was the top tier deck and Bestials are not that great against Malice, which is true. Bestials are sometimes okay against Malice when they go for the Adignister stuff or when they go for Splash Mage. The Bestials can sometimes put in some work, but for the most part, Bestials are not great against Malice. I think the popularity of Mitsurugi makes it so that Bestials are still good, as well as, of course, Fiendsmith still being a thing. Even though Fiendsmith is not everywhere, there's still like versions of decks that play Fiendsmith. Like we've seen Ryziel Fiendsmith, we've seen Mitsurugi Fiendsmith, and those decks Bestials are still pretty good against. And I think Bestials are cool because they're like more main deckable than some of these other cards. Like I don't think I would main deck Foolish Return. Or maybe not. I mean, Spellcard Monster Reborn is a little more generic because it gives you a body. So, like, I think it's an okay main deck, maybe. But Bestials are pretty main deckable, I think. Ghost Reaper is pretty bad, right? I think Ghost Reaper, I mean, against Mitsurugi, it's pretty ass. Against Malice, if you hit Whitebinder, they still have ways to get it back with Heartscriptor. No, I don't think it makes sense. Because they can also, March Hare can just add anything back now, right? If they ever reach a point where they can use March Hare's banish effect, they can just recycle anything, so it's not worth it. Detonator is like maybe the one thing that you could hit, but then they just make another high quality XYZ, and that's just not good. So yeah. Cosmic Cyclone sucks right now. Can't think of many high value targets for it. Of course, Ryziel Cross or whatever could work, but like, or Malice in Underground, but that's just like so far gone at that point. The game is basically out of your control already, where you worry about those cards. DD Crow. DD Crow, I think, is bad because of Malice. It's pretty good in some other matchups, like still covers Mitsurugi quite well. If you can hit the ritual stuff before when they try to bring it back. Sometimes banishing the ritual spell when they target it with Kusanagi can be quite valuable. But I think it's just not impactful enough, and it's too bad against Malice. It's like one of the few hand traps that's good against Mermail. Like a lot of these others, Bestials are bad against Mermail, and Crow is not. But like, yeah, I don't know. Board wipes. Board wipes, I don't like right now. I don't think board wipes are very good at the moment against most matchups. I think back row wipes are much better than monster wipes. Like, you're just like, either they have a negate for it, or they have an IP Masquerena, or they have a detonator. No, I'm not convinced by these cards. Called by and Crossout. Called by and Crossout are very solid cards. I'll throw them up here. I think both of these cards have high value at the moment. The only question is, are you going to main deck them? Are you going to side deck them? Or in general, how important is going first to you? Because going second, these cards are not the greatest. The only thing that I've noticed about Crossout, I've tested some Crossout in Mitsurugi, and it sometimes was pretty solid going second if I could hit prayers. Like, I had some scenarios where I was playing the mirror match, and my opponent, I used hand traps on my opponent, like Charmies, and then my opponent went for a more minimalistic setup, and then I used Crossout to hit prayers from getting back the ritual monster, and that was good for me. But it was more niche going second than anything. I don't think these two are good going second for the most part. It's also one thing you have to realize when you're going second with Called by the Grave as well, is that it's actually not that likely that you're going to have to Called by a hand trap, because a lot of hand traps that people are playing right now, you cannot Called by when you're going second. For example, Charmies won't happen because they have a board. Imperm can't Called by it. Nibiru can't Called by it either. Ash Blossom you can Called by, but you probably don't care enough about it. The only thing that you can realistically Called by that you care about in most decks going second is Droll. But still, these cards are very solid. If you want to put more focus on going first, then these cards should be in your deck. If you want to have more focus on going second, then these cards should not be in your main deck, but you can definitely consider side decking them. But at the point where you side deck cards specifically before going first, you have to ask yourself, is it worth keeping Called by and Crossout? Because for Crossout especially, it's like, are you keeping Charmies in going first for Crossout? That's kind of odd, because you kind of have to respect all three. It's kind of weird, unless your deck just doesn't care about one or two of them. But like, Called by and Crossout are solid right now. Change of Heart is not good, I don't think. The board breakers have to be very specific ones in this format, I think, which like the Spell card, Monster Reborn, Bell, Foolish Return, maybe Duster and Lightning Storm. Those are solid board breakers. I think just taking away one of their monsters with Change of Heart, not really the thing. Ghost Mourner, I mean, if Effect Veiler is already mid, I think I would not want to play Ghost Mourner in my deck right now. It doesn't even deal with the things you want to deal with, because most of the stuff is like the normal summon. Like, at the point where your opponent's White Rabbit has resolved, you don't need to Ghost Mourner them anymore. Yeah. Ghost Ogre. Ghost Ogre is pretty mid. Unfortunately, not great against both of the top decks right now, because you are simply too late. It's kind of similar to Ghost Mourner, actually, because you can Ghost Ogre some stuff in these decks, right? Like, if in some Malice lines, you can Ghost Ogre the Link too, and that might be annoying for them, but they can still play through it. In some Ryziel lines, you can maybe attempt to Ghost Ogre the Duo Drive, but for the most part, it's not going to work, because they're going to have Cross already, because of Star Ryziel. I think it's just too late most of the time. It's not like it has no applications, but it's just too late, I think. Super Poly. Super Poly, I initially thought Super Poly was going to be pretty solid in this format because I thought against like full Malice combo, you can still Super Poly some stuff away and maybe play. However, I don't think you can still win if that happens. I think right now, the reason why I'm going to throw this into mid rather than situation, I think this card is okay. I think this card is better than the other cards I've thrown into mid, especially if you've had like a Charmy beforehand. But the problem is like, I think the Raziel Mitsurugi deck in particular is just very difficult to Super Poly because they have two parts to their end board, right? They have the Mitsurugi cards and they have the Raziel cards, and Super Poly can't like hit both together. If there was a Super Poly target that could Super Poly Raziel Detonator together with Murakumo, but to my knowledge, that doesn't exist. I think in that case, Super Poly would be pretty cracked against it. But other than that, I think it's too difficult to actually meaningfully hurt this deck with Super Poly. Yeah. So I'm not convinced by Super Poly. I really am not. Skullmeister. Skullmeister, I think, falls into a similar vein than Ghost Spell, Spellcard, Monster Reborn, and Foolish Return, because it messes with the graveyard. So I actually think it deserves a mention here as a situational card. The problem is basically that it only covers Mitsurugi. Against Mitsurugi, a graveyard negate is actually quite valuable. So it could be a choice if you're trying to target the deck. The problem is that it's just not useful against Malice, so you can't really main deck this. As a side deck card, specifically for Mitsurugi, if you're already playing Bell, I think it could be okay because it also, like, it's just it's because it's a hand trap that against Mitsurugi, sometimes I like that more than Foolish Return or Spellcard Monster Reborn, so that you can just like negate them on their turn before they set up too much. But I think it's not quite good enough, but I wanted to bring it up anyways because I think it's solid or situationally good against Mitsurugi. Metaltronus. Metaltronus is pretty good, I think. The fact that you can, once again, use it for both of the popular matchups is quite important. The fact that, like, with Metaltronus, you don't have to guess which kind of setup your opponent is going for, right? Is it Bomber Dragon? Is it Allied Code Talker? Am I up against Mitsurugi? Am I up against Raziel? This card kind of works against everything, right? You can use it against... And the thing is, it also gives you a body, which is the same thing with Spellcard Monster Reborn. Like breakers or like these kind of value cards that give you something when you're going when you're going second and you're playing into a board. The fact that these cards give you a monster to work with is pretty solid. And it also can be used going first. If you have the right cards in your extra deck, you can still like negate their normal summon, and that might be good enough. If you're playing a mirror match, it's especially good because you have the option to banish. Let's say you're playing Raziel Mitsurugi yourself. You could say like, okay, we're just gonna play without Detonator for the rest of the game. You could, playing against Malice, you could banish the White Binder, for example, if you try to do that. It's interesting, I think. This card is definitely among the better board breakers / non-engine cards to have if you combine it with a Charmy. Droplet has been solid whenever I've seen it used. I haven't been playing a lot of Droplet right now. I don't feel like it's the best one that I would want to go for, but I think it is okay. There's definitely some decks that use it better than others. I think it's way better if your deck can afford to send some cards. Like, I don't know, if you're Crystron is a deck that comes to mind where I'm like, you definitely gain some value here for Droplet because you have things that do stuff in the graveyard, right? And so like in those kind of decks, I think Droplet gains a lot of value compared to something like Metaltronus. In other decks, I think Droplet is slightly weaker than something like Metaltronus. Book of Eclipse is bad right now. Evenly Matched is a card that I've been thinking about. I've been thinking about Evenly Matched just a little bit But I'm not sure how exactly I would evaluate it. Like, because I'm thinking about the following thing, right? I'm thinking about like Raziel Mitsurugi. I mean, it depends. Not everyone plays the counter trap. If they have a way to negate it, then it sucks. Like if you have to spend your battle phase for the card, it's just not great. Other than that, it's like there is a chance, I think, for Evenly Matched to do something. I think the problem with Evenly Matched is that there is not many cards that work quite like it. You know, you can't really build a strategy around a card like Evenly Matched when Evenly Matched is like the only thing that does that sort of thing that you're looking for. But if you get, because this thing solves some of the follow-up issues, especially against Raziel Mitsurugi. If you can handle the field spell, the solemn traps, the imperms, and all that with one card, that could potentially be worth it. And your opponent has to like decide what part of their engine they want to keep and what part of the engine they want to be banished forever. On the other hand, if your opponent has like the full board, let's say a Raziel Mitsurugi deck gets the full board, you evenly match them, the following thing is going to happen. Detonator, detach Eclipse Twin, destroy itself. Chain Prayers, tribute the ritual monster, goes to the graveyard, then resolve evenly matched. Keep whatever you think is best afterwards. New chain, ritual comes back, detonator comes back. So like, once again, it's just another matter of if your opponent is allowed to full combo, the card is not going to do anything. You know what? I've talked myself into putting it in mid. I have to see some results for it first before I call it better than that. The more I think about it, the worse it gets. It's like it's kind of an evenly matched thing, right? You always think it's good until you look at how many ways the decks have to play around it. Yeah. Fenrir. Fenrir and Kashtira cards in general are pretty strong right now when you're going first. Because Kashtira Unicorn is an incredibly powerful card right now. Because especially if like you start with Kashtira Unicorn and your opponent, I mean, if your opponent has Purulia, you're going to be already under Purulia. But like most of the people hold Fuva and Meowls in their hand because they're going to see if they're good and when to use them. If you special a Unicorn and your opponent has a Meowth in their hand or a Fuva in their hand that they haven't used yet, they're going to feel terrible. No matter what you're playing against, you're going to have super high value targets for Unicorn. One of Detonator. One of King of the Feral Limbs, maybe, if you want to. One of Requiem. One of Whitebinder. There's so many high value targets for Unicorn, it's actually crazy. So I think the Kashtira engine is pretty good. The problem is going second, these cards do not apply enough pressure unless you had a Charmy beforehand, so they definitely don't go in top tier. And any Kashtira card you put into your deck is one less hand trap that you have, or one less dedicated board breaker, because most of the boards don't care that much about Kashtira cards, but I do think they qualify as solid. They definitely qualify as solid. They definitely suffer a little bit from the fact that everyone is playing Nibiru right now. So like, if you're playing Nibiru yourself, you have this kind of chance that these cards might clash with it. And it's just a matter of the Malice decks and the Mitsurugi decks, they just don't tend to have room for the Kashtira cards. So they tend to not use those. But they are good still. Even though the top decks don't have room for them, they're still good. Okay. Gamma is like the top of the situational category, because if your deck can play Gamma, or if you're going second and you have Gamma, Gamma is one of the best hand traps in the format. We don't have to talk about it, of course. There's super high value Gamma targets right now. Hitting the Ice Raziel and also destroying it is pretty good. Hitting Habakiri in hand can be pretty good. Hitting the Malice normal summon can be pretty solid, because it gets destroyed, so they can't link it off for Lingaribo and then summon backup or something like that. Like, it's a really good hand trap. It's a really good hand trap. Even if they have March here in hand, that's not even quite that powerful, because they still have to go through Splash Mage to even get a rank 3, a link 3 going. So yeah. Tributing your opponent's shit is pretty bad right now, I think. Lava Golem in Sphere mode, way too late, especially against Mitsurugi. Their stuff just comes back, so I don't think that's great. Lancia is a top tier card right now. Of course, side deck only. But one of the few things that can actually stop Malice in even from setting up the Malice cards, which is the most powerful thing they have in the grind game. If they have backup Ad Ignister, they can still do some combos, but for the most part, that is manageable. Way more than the Malice part of the combo. So Lancia is still a side deck staple for everybody. And even Chaos Hunter is being played. I personally am not the biggest fan of Chaos Hunter, I must say. Because a lot of people are actually now preparing for Chaos Hunter, right? They're playing outs in the extra deck for it, like Topologic Bomber Dragon. They're playing more copies of I Meet You in the side deck to be able to access backup Ad Ignister, to then out the Chaos Hunter, and then just keep going with the Malice stuff. People are playing Thrust with Talents to take it, which is not something that you can do under Lancia. So, like, I think this card, I don't know if it's necessary to play Chaos Hunter in against Malice. I think there's like Charmies and Lancia probably do the job, but if you're really scared of Malice, the card is still not bad, of course. It's more risky, but it can work. Dark Ruler, mid. Don't like Dark Ruler right now. Shifter, situational, because not many decks can actually play it. I think Malice even doesn't really want to play it because the combos just get weaker under Shifter, and you're not hitting... Like, the problem is both decks, Malice and Mitsurugi, play well under Shifter. So I think this is a side deck card for rogue decks, basically. At which point you're like, do I really want to side deck a card for rogue decks right now when Malice and Mitsu are at the level they're at? So I don't think this card is that great right now, but it still is Shifter. There's still going to be some matchups that are really, really good for it. But I should probably move it down here somewhere. Ultimate Slayer, I actually think goes into the same ballpark as some, like right in the middle of situationally good cards. I think if you, same premise as always, if you have previously stopped your opponent from achieving the full board, I think Ultimate Slayer is pretty good at picking apart what's left. I think that's solid. Yeah, I like Slayer if your extra deck can afford it, which is not always a given. Like Malice decks can't really do that. But I think Slayer is a solid card if you can afford to. Like something like 6 to 9 Charmies and then like Metaltronus plus Slayer is definitely a valid strategy post side for going second. I think that can work. Thrust and Talents. Some of the few board breakers that I actually think are pretty good. I mean, the one of Talents is pretty good right now. I think most decks, you can decide to main deck it. I think you can, in the current format, you can never really go wrong with Talents. It helps going second. It's good going first if you get Charmied, unless it's Purulia in draw phase. Most people don't use Fuba in the draw phase anymore because, I mean, playing around Talents when it's at 1 is not super necessary. Thrust, I think, is one of the best ways of going first post side because you can just set whatever trap you have for the matchup. But it also helps going second. It outs Chaos Hunter if you're playing Malice. I think Thrust is a pretty solid card right now as well. That is that. I think Phantasme is situational. I like Phantasme right now, actually, especially against Malice. The problem is that, like, you can't draw your Charmies with it. So the order always has to be, I need to draw my Charmies first, and then I want a Phantasme. If you draw Charmies with Phantasme, it's technically not the end of the world because you can't shuffle them back. At the same time, it's still kind of annoying if that happens. But Phantasme can draw you other great hand traps depending on the matchup, right? Like a Phantasme drawing you a Lancia, a Phantasme drawing you a Nibiru is pretty good. I just don't know how much of a priority that kind of interaction is right now. Dominance Impulse. Dominance Impulse is my favorite hand trap that actually stops things in this format rather than Charmies or Lancia. I think Dominance Impulse is quite good because it has great overlap against both Malice and Mitsurugi, and I think it is the hand trap that has the highest chance of actually stopping your opponent from comboing off. The thing is, they still have ways to extend through it, so relying on just Impulse is not great, but Impulse is top tier because the rule is simple, right? If your deck can play Impulse, you play Impulse. It's as simple as that. That's how good it is. It's definitely the next highest priority hand trap after like Charmies in your main deck, and I think it has higher priority than like Nibiru and even Ash. I mean, most decks play Ash and Impulse, but like if you have access to Impulse in your deck, you should play it. As opposed to that, I actually think Dominus Purge, I mean, besides the fact that both Mitsu and Malice cannot play it, so like you're talking like maybe Blue Eyes, it's not that good because you can't use it. You can't use it on Charmies basically, right? So like you can't use it going first as well as you can Ash. And like if basically I said about Ash Blossom, the card is kind of mid when you're going second. It's only good because it has multi-purpose, because it can stop Charmies as well. Mid cannot, Purge cannot even do that, which makes it kind of mid. At the same time, I still think it's good enough against Mitsurugi to warrant like consideration. Like it's solid to be able to negate pre-prep, extravagance, duo drive, and duo drive they can't even protect it with cross because it's a trap card. Prayers, all that kind of stuff. You can even negate prayers on your turn, stop it from bringing back the ritual monster. I think Purge is okay. I think if your deck can play Purge, you can definitely consider it, but I don't think it's as high quality of a hand trap as it used to be. It was a pretty high quality hand trap when like negating Fiendsmith Tract and duo drive was the main thing you wanted to do. But that's not the case right now, I think. So yeah. Definitely a very, very different landscape of non-engine in the format right now. I think if you are just running with the standard from previous formats, you're gonna have a pretty rough time this format, especially going second, because these decks are not easy to stop with the fair hand traps. That's why like we gotta apply a Charmy effect. I mean, I say fair hand traps. I do, for the record, I do think Charmies are fair hand traps. I don't actually hate the Charmies, but I meant when I say fair hand trap, I mean like the one-to-one trade. Like the, you do this, I Ash it. You do that, I Imperm it. That sort of stuff just doesn't work at the moment. But yeah. Gordian Slicer. Oh yeah, I did forget Gordian Slicer, I suppose. I think Gordian Slicer is probably behind Ultimate Slayer and Droplet. Because like, the card is okay, but I think it's just so much more situational in terms of what decks can play it, right? Like for Ultimate Slayer, you just have to be able to fit like maybe 2 or 3 cards in your extra deck and you're good to go. For the Gordian card, you need like your entire extra deck to be irrelevant, right? Which is right? But yeah. Yeah. All right. So I hope you enjoyed a little bit of a TCG talk as well. Thank you all for hanging out. That's going to be it for today. I'm here with some quick bell actions. I mean, yeah, that was crazy. The card is good. It is situational, though, in the sense that, like, you need things to happen beforehand for the bell to be good. Like, you can't just go, like, I have a bell. That's going to be enough against full combo. That's not how it works. Okay. Next week we're gonna do all the things. We're gonna do Master 1 and Master Duel, and we're also going to be doing some TCG content as well. I'm gonna get some opponents for remote duels, and then we're gonna play the format a little bit, get ready for nationals. So I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you all for hanging out, and I will see you guys on the next one. I'll send you guys over to Farfa. He's playing more Dice Rally in case you enjoyed that earlier and you want to see more of it. Farfa is doing it right now. Send you guys over there. Wish you a wonderful rest to your day. Thank you for watching. Appreciate your support, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.